Chapter 878. Fengdu. Mingyi's expression changed drastically when he saw who it was. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Reporting to the sages, Yi Xian has transformed into Buddha Qing Ming, and Mingyi has always been by his side. Moreover, it was Yi Xian who gave the primordial violet energy to goddess Hudu. Fengdu wouldn't dare to lie. The emperor of Fengdu knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sages. His words echoed in all directions, causing Hudu, who had been sitting cross-legged in the sky, to change her expression drastically. Her eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. No one had expected the emperor of Fengdu to survive the blood sacrifice array. This simply made Hudu's heart tremble. Old ancestor Mingyi's face was extremely pale. How could you have survived? Old ancestor Mingyi roared in a trembling voice. He clearly remembered that when Yi Xian activated the blood sacrifice array, no one survived except for old ancestor Yellow Spring and his disciples. How could Fengdu still be alive? Ha! The emperor of Fengdu laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred, and a black scripture appeared in his hand out of thin air. Book of Life and Death. Old ancestor Mingyi roared in a trembling voice. He finally understood that Fengdu didn't die because of the Book of Life and Death. It saved his life. The Book of Life and Death was a product of the heavenly axiom. It contained the power of life and death. Yi Xian had made a mistake. He had never thought that the Book of Life and Death would save the emperor of Fengdu's life. This fatal mistake would expose Yi Xian. Sister Hudu, can you tell me where Yi Xian is? Nuwa's expression was cold as she slowly turned to look at Hudu. She no longer looked as pleasant as before. Yuanshi Tianzun frowned and also looked at Hudu. Everything was silent, and the world was silent. Hudu's expression was solemn. She sat cross-legged in the void as the sacred light of samsara bloomed slightly. Facing Nuwa's question, she became silent and didn't answer the question for a long time. Junior sister Hudu, the conflict between Yi Xian and us saints is too great. He must die. Junior sister Hudu, please tell us where he is, Yuanshi Tianzun said in a deep voice. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Hudu. No one had expected that Nuwa Yuanshi would make trouble for Hudu as soon as she became a saint. Yi Xian, I won't be able to protect you anymore. Hudu's expression seemed calm, but she was secretly sending a voice transmission to Yi Xian anxiously. She had just condensed her saint heart, and her cultivation as a saint had yet to stabilize. At this moment, she naturally did not dare to ignore the hostility of the two saints. Ah! Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit exploded again, and there was a painful roar. He had just completed the third cycle of tempering, and he was still short of the sixth cycle of tempering to condense his saint heart. However, his whereabouts had already been detected by Nuwa and the others. The saint heart could be formed after the ninth cycle of life and death. Yi Xian had just completed the third cycle, and he was not even halfway there. If Nuwa discovered his whereabouts, he would definitely die. The three tribulations of the heavenly Tao. So these are the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian roared loudly in Huda's body. He finally understood at this moment that the so-called three tribulations of the heavenly Tao seemed to be using the power of merit to go through the ninth cycle of life and death, and then condense a saint heart. However, in fact, the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao was not the ninth cycle of life and death, but the saint-killing tribulation. Yes, the saint-killing tribulation. Each of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao had to be faced with death and was divided into 3 major watersheds. The 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was the first watershed, and what Yi Xian had to experience was the saint-killing tribulation. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood. He thought that the power of merit that appeared when Huda became a saint was the 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, but in fact, the real 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was the arrival of a saint. He understood. Everything was clear now. Yi Xian had never underestimated the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. He had also been cultivating as if he was treading on thin ice. However, he did not expect the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao to be more terrifying than he had imagined. And the 3rd tribulation of the heavenly Tao might take his life. In the past, Nuwa Yuanshi wanted to kill him, but Tong Tian protected him. The 2 sages of the Western sect took advantage of the situation and took him away, saving his life. But today was different. There was no need to mention Nuwa Yuanshi. In order to make up for the karma with Nuwa Yuanshi, the 2 sages of the Western sect would definitely help the 2 of them to kill him. This was a situation of certain death. Moreover, Hudu becoming a saint today was equivalent to Yi Xian not being fated to become a saint. Would Tong Tian protect him again? Back to the topic, even if Tong Tian still protected him and Hudu owed him for becoming a saint, Nuwa Yuanshi and the 2 sages of the Western sect were not to be trifled with. This was a battle of 2 against 4. Some people might ask, Tong Tian has the immortal slaying sword formation in his hands. In the War of Gods, he fought against the 4 sages alone. Now, with Hudu, wouldn't it be easy for the 2 of them to join forces to protect Yi Xian? In fact, this was not the case. As mentioned before, sages could not kill sages. Tong Tian could fight against the 4 sages alone only because of the immortal slaying sword formation. It did not mean that Tong Tian's cultivation could fight against the 4 sages. At most, his cultivation was only a little stronger than Nuwa. Compared with Yuanshi Tianzuan, he was only on par with them. Tong Tian and Hudu could protect themselves if the 4 sages joined forces to fight. However, it would be extremely difficult to take care of Yi Xian. And this was only Yi Xian's speculation. If his real body was discovered, he did not know what would happen to him. However, Yi Xian was powerless now. He could not do anything at all. The only thing he could do was to speed up his tribulation. The rest could only be delayed by Hudu. Taoist. Hudu, no matter what, help me delay them. Yi Xian endured the pain of the undying true spirit forging and secretly transmitted his voice to Hudu. After all, he had not exposed himself yet. It was important for him to delay for a while. Okay. Hudu sat cross-legged in the sky. Her face was expressionless. She could not refuse Yi Xian because this was the first condition she fulfilled for Yi Xian. Senior Sister Nuwa, Yi Xian has helped me to become a sage. I must repay this kindness. Forgive me for not telling you his whereabouts. Above the sky and in space, Huda spoke at a neither fast nor slow pace while facing Goddess Nuwa's gaze, and her words were even powerful and resonating. So you do know where he is. Nuwa's face turned cold after hearing Huda's words. There was even a hint of anger in her eyes. Junior Sister Hudu, we are all sages. Do you really want to destroy the relationship between us sages for a little ant? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned slightly. Humph. Suddenly, Huda's expression turned cold. The sacred light of samsara burst out. She said in a cold voice, are you too threatening me? Or are you saying that you want to shatter this saint's sacred heart? Is this your true goal? Nuwa and Yuanshi's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, Hudu and Yi Xian already had sage karma. It was impossible for her to hand Yi Xian over. Even if they were in her shoes, they would definitely do the same. Chapter 879. The heavens and earth were heavy, and the atmosphere was oppressive. A strong smell of gunpowder filled the air between the sages. This also made everyone hold their breaths. Their eyes trembled slightly, afraid that the sages would erupt into an earth-shattering battle. Humph! After 3 breaths of time, Nuwa snorted coldly, since Junior Sister Hudu is unwilling to tell me Yi Xian's whereabouts, then this saint will find him personally. Absolute heaven and earth seal. Nuwa suddenly attacked. Her slender jade-like hands waved the heavens and earth, and the vast and boundless netherworld was directly sealed by her. No living being could even dream of escaping half a step from the netherworld. You. Seeing Nua's actions, Hudu's expression changed drastically. A wave of anger appeared in her eyes. Obviously, Yi Xian had given the primordial violet energy to Hudu. Yi Xian would definitely not leave so quickly. He must still be in the netherworld. Today, Nua would find Yi Xian even if she had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the saint's aura rumbled. Nua displayed the means of a saint. Wherever her will passed, no one could escape her eyes. Nua was not the only one using her means to find Yi Xian. Yuanshi Tianzuan's saint's means were even more terrifying. A ray of Tao light shuttled back and forth in the netherworld. Wherever it passed, demons and monsters would flee, causing a great shock to the netherworld. The 2 sages of the West were not willing to fall behind. They also used their own means to search for Yi Xian. The 4 sages attacked together. Although they did not release the power to destroy the heavens and earth, the terrifying saint's aura made the living beings of the netherworld tremble. At this moment, Hudu's expression was gloomy. The sacred light of samsara surrounded her body and firmly covered Yi Xian's aura in her body. Tongtian's expression was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed little by little. The 4 sages frowned more and more because they had searched the entire netherworld but could not find any trace of Yi Xian. Impossible. There's no way he could have left hell so quickly. Nua bellowed furiously. Her expression was extremely gloomy. It was obvious that she had not found Yi Xian, which made her extremely irritable. Where is he? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. Suddenly, Jiayin turned his eyes and looked at Hudu, only to find that Hudu was still surrounded by the holy light of samsara. This gave Jiayin a flash of inspiration as if he had guessed something. Junior sister Hudu, you've just become a saint and your cultivation base hasn't stabilized yet. Releasing your saint aura like this won't do you any good, right? Jiayin's simple words caused Hudu's expression to change drastically. Nua and Yuanshi also abruptly turned to Hudu. Their eyes lit up as if they were trying to see through the holy light of reincarnation on Hudu's body. Ah! All of a sudden, something extremely shocking happened. When the sages opened their Dharma eyes of heaven and earth, Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit suddenly became chaotic. This was because the aura of the sages directly stimulated the golden light of merit. The terrifying destructive power almost caused Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit to collapse. He's actually in your body. The senses of the sages were too terrifying. Although Hudu had used the holy light of reincarnation to conceal Yi Xian's aura, she had just become a saint and could not fully control her cultivation base. Just a slight trace was enough for Nua and the others to discover Yi Xian's existence. Yi Xian, I can't protect you anymore. Hudu let out a long sigh. The holy light of reincarnation suddenly erupted. At this moment, she also slowly got up and looked at Nua and the others with a solemn expression. Ah! Buzz! Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit had just completed the 4th transformation, but the aura of the 4 sages had already firmly locked onto him. This also caused Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit to be pulled out and appear beside Hudu. Go to hell. Without any nonsense or hesitation, when Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit appeared, Nua suddenly slapped at Yi Xian, wanting to kill him on the spot. Hudu, I want you to fulfill the 2nd condition. Today, no matter what, you have to help me survive this disaster. The golden light of merit was still burning Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit. Yi Xian roared in pain because he had no other choice at this moment. The only thing he could count on was Hudu. Bang! The holy light of reincarnation buried everything. Hudu also slapped at Nua. The hasty attack of the 2 sages directly shattered this part of the world. The terrifying remaining power even shot out in all directions. Rumble. Mountains were collapsing, rivers were flowing in reverse, and the land within hundreds of millions of miles began to sink. The entire underworld was shaking violently, proving how terrifying the sage's attack was. Yi Xian, you have to remember that this is your second condition. Whether I can protect you today or not, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Hudu's expression was cold as she roared. She directly blasted out a ray of holy light of reincarnation. This also caused the 6 paths of reincarnation to shake violently and directly enveloped Yi Xian, not allowing anyone to hurt him. Hudu, do you really want to be my enemy? Such a scene angered Nuwa to the extreme. She looked at Hudu with extremely terrifying murderous intent. I have no choice but to return the favor of becoming a saint. If all of you senior brothers and sisters are willing to give Hudu some face and let Yi Xian go, then he definitely won't forget your kindness today. Hudu bowed towards the saints. To put it bluntly, Hudu didn't care about Yi Xian's life or death. She also didn't want to offend Nuwa and the others right after becoming a saint. However, the favor of becoming a saint was too great. She had to protect Yi Xian with her life, even if she had to fight the sages alone. At this moment, Hudu was using peaceful means before resorting to force. She hoped that the sages would give her face. As long as she could protect Yi Xian today, she would have fulfilled her second condition. As for Yi Xian's life or death in the future, it would naturally have nothing to do with her. Sister Hudu, I can promise you anything but this. Today, Yi Xian must die. Nuwa didn't hesitate at all. Even if Hudu begged for mercy, it would be useless. In that case, I have no choice but to offend you. The sacred light of reincarnation covered the sky and earth. Hudu didn't say anything else. She could only open up a way for Yi Xian to escape. This was the only thing she could do. Reincarnation heaven and earth. Hudu raised her slender finger and pointed at the sky. As the sound of an explosion was heard, the sky was directly pierced through. The outline of the earth immortal realm could be faintly seen. Run! Hudu shouted anxiously. She activated the 6 paths of reincarnation, wanting to send Yi Xian out of the underworld. Seal! A ray of Dao light covered the sky. How could Yuanshi Tianzuan let Yi Xian escape? He immediately used the means of a saint to seal the sky and earth. This also made Yi Xian unable to escape. Amitabha. The 2 sages of the west chanted Buddha's name. The Buddha's light covered the sky and earth. They were walking slowly toward Yi Xian. Obviously, the 2 Baldies wanted to end their karma with Nuwa and Yuanshi. In this way, they could also make up for what they did to Nuwa and Yuanshi in the past. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Hudu's face was extremely solemn. However, she still attacked the 2 sages of the west. Because she had to protect Yi Xian. There was no way out. Buzz! A red embroidered ball suddenly fell in front of Hudu. Nuwa immediately blocked Hudu's path and smashed the red embroidered ball at Hudu. Clang! The 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed the red embroidered ball away. However, when Nuwa flipped her palm, terrifying sacred light of heaven and earth poured down and violently fell on Hudu. The 2 were completely engaged in battle. Bang! 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 The sacred light of heaven and earth turned everything into dust. The battle between saints was too terrifying. It was not something that ordinary people could participate in. Various orthodoxies fled for their lives. No one knew how many weak cultivators were unable to escape in time and were turned into ashes by the aftershocks of the 2 saints' battle. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated and poured down the sacred light of reincarnation to protect Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was being eroded by the golden merit light. His undying true spirit was fluctuating and was moving toward the 5th transformation. However, the two sages of the West had already arrived in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was obvious that they would break open the 6 paths door in the next moment and capture Yi Xian's undying true spirit. This was the saints-killing tribulation, the true third tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 880. Bang! Yi Xian's genuine spirit exploded and his aura was strange. Enduring endless pain, Yi Xian finally completed the 5th transformation refinement. However, when he sensed the arrival of the two sages of the West, he felt a great sense of danger. Senior brothers, save me. A wisp of Buddha's light quietly grew on Yi Xian's inextinguishable genuine spirit. He painfully begged for help from the two sages of the West because Yi Xian knew that the two sages of the West still thought that he was a Buddhist. Only by doing so could he continue to stall for time. Amitabha. The two sages of the West chanted Buddha's name with a compassionate look on their faces. Yi Xian, although you have joined the Western religious sect, it is difficult for you to change your demonic nature. Today, we will vanquish the demon and return peace to the world. The two sages of the West were despicable, shameless, and merciless. Since Yi Xian was useless to them, the two sages of the West would never offend Yi Xian, Nuwa, and Yuanshi for him. Only by killing Yi Xian with their own hands could they ease their relationship with Nuwa and Yuanshi. This was also the two sages of the West's plan. Open. The two sages of the West's dharma was boundless. Zhuanti wielded the Tree of 7 Wonders and broke through the 6 paths of reincarnation with supreme dharma power, directly causing Yi Xian's inextinguishable genuine spirit to appear. Jiayin even slammed his palm down on Yi Xian, wanting to kill Yi Xian on the spot. Damn it! Yi Xian roared unwillingly. The saint's tribulation was too unsolvable. In the face of Jiayin's attack, not to mention that Yi Xian's physical body was destroyed and he was undergoing the tribulation, even if he was in his best condition, he would not be able to withstand Jiayin's attack. Clang! 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 Tongtian's sword suddenly rang and a murderous aura soared into the sky. A green sword light crossed the sky and slashed down on Jiayin with the power to destroy everything. Jiayin's expression changed greatly. He turned around and slammed his palm down on the sword light. Bang! Mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the void collapsed. Jiayin retreated quickly because the sword light was too terrifying, and he knew who the owner of the sword light was. This was why Jiayin quickly distanced himself from the other party. Tongtian, are you crazy? Taoist Kundi had the wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures in his hand. When he brandished the heaven and earth vault, the sword lights that filled the sky were constantly dispersed without a trace. At the same time, Tongtian also stood in front of Yi Xian. Senior brother Tongtian, Yi Xian is not fated to become a saint. Why are you still protecting him? Jiayin returned with an ugly expression. He looked at Tongtian with a bewildered expression. It was no wonder that the two sages of the West reacted this way. In the past, Tongtian had protected Yi Xian because he believed that Yi Xian could become the 7th saint. However, now that Hudu had become a saint and Yi Xian was not fated to become a saint, Tongtian had once again protected him. Wouldn't it be a loss for Tongtian to incur the enmity of the two sages of the West for the sake of a mere ant like him? Junior brother Tongtian, you're too reckless. Today, Yi Xian must die. You'd better not get involved in this matter anymore. Green lotuses filled the sky as chaotic light of the way rumbled. The heavenly lord of the primeval beginning strolled over and stood side by side with the two saints of the West. When the 3 saints unleashed their terrifying powers, the world became unstable as if it would collapse at any moment. We sages live as long as the heavens and the earth. How could a mere Yi Xian make us sages go to war? Junior brother Tongtian, although we don't get along well, why would you destroy our friendship for a mere ant like him? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Friendship? Ha! Tong Tian laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When have we ever had any friendship? Clang, 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 clang. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The heavenly Tao was filled with murderous intent. A green light formation stretched across the heavens and the earth. 4 rays of sword light floated in the formation. The sword light that could destroy the heavens and the earth buzzed loudly. The world in all directions was gradually collapsing, proving that Tong Tian had summoned something terrifying. The immortal slaying sword formation. With just 4 simple words, it could crush the mountains and rivers and crush all living beings. It was also Tongtian's most powerful spirit treasure, and also his most terrifying trump card. Pangu opened the heavens and Hongjun passed down the Tao. Since the creation of the heavens and the earth, the immortal slaying sword formation had only been used once. That time, it had also created Tongtian's supreme reputation. The immortal slaying sword formation. You actually used the immortal slaying sword formation to protect him? Yuanshi Tianzuan was furious. There was a deep fear in his eyes. He was not afraid of the immortal slaying sword formation because sages could not be killed. However, once the immortal slaying sword formation was used, an unimaginable catastrophe would befall the 3 realms. The immortal slaying sword formation was a heavenly Tao killing formation. In the past, the 4 sages had gathered together to break this formation. However, this formation was too murderous. Once it was activated, the destruction it would cause was unimaginable. The 3 pristine ones originally came from the same source. However, because of the battle of orthodoxy, you and I have become estranged. Today, I will use all my cultivation to settle this with you. Tongtian's roar could shatter mountains and rivers. The killing of the holy light Tong Tian penetrated the earth. Today, he wanted to protect Yi Xian again. There was no other reason other than that Tong Tian was in despair. Yes, Tong Tian was in despair. He originally thought that Yi Xian could become the 7th heaven-ordained saint. However, today, it was impossible for Yi Xian to become a saint. Sooner or later, he would have to settle the scores with Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others from the Great God Investiture Tribulation. Since Yi Xian had no hope of becoming a saint and Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 2 sages of the West were gathered here today, there was no better time than the present. Today, he would settle the scores from the past. Alright, since junior brother Tong Tian wants to settle the scores from the battle of orthodoxy, I will accompany you to the end. Yuanshi Tianzuan was not a person to talk nonsense. He had already seen through Tongtian's intentions. Today, he would settle it. Amitba. The 2 sages of the West chanted, the saint's karma can't be avoided. Then, we can only compete with senior brother Tong Tian. During the Great God Investiture Tribulation, Tong Tian activated the fairy slaying sword formation. The 4 sages worked together to break it. This also caused Tong Tian to be defeated in the Great God Investiture War. He was defeated and left the Aquamarine Palace, causing the Jia school to be unable to recover. The 4 sages were the 2 sages of the West. They were Yuanshi Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan, and Lao Tzu. Today, Lao Tzu was not around. There were only the 2 sages of the West and Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, Tong Tian could not wait any longer. He also took advantage of the gathering of the sages to settle the scores from the past. Yi Xian, this is all I can do for you. Take care of yourself in the future. Tong Tian did not turn back, but his voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Then, he took a step into the sky. The fairy slaying sword formation rumbled and rotated. The 4 great heavenly Tao killing swords exploded in the sky, releasing the power to destroy the world. Kill. Rumble. The fairy slaying sword formation traversed the sky of the underworld. The 4 great killing swords Tong Tian moved the ground. The fairy slaying sword formation suppressed the past and the present. The billions of killing swords rotated. The 4 great killing swords buzzed. As Tongtian's sword fingers streaked across the sky, the 4 great killing swords blasted towards the 3 sages. Junior brother, you forced me to do this. Yuanshi Tianzuan roared at the sky. As one of the 3 pure ones, he was naturally not that simple. He flipped his hand and a 3-inch banner appeared. Chapter 881. Go. The 3-inch flag expanded in the wind. Chaotic divine radiance rumbled and surged. The sun and moon were reversed, and the universe was devoid of light. The 3-inch flag expanded to a size of 10,000 miles. It shook the heavens and the earth, and crashed towards the immortal extermination sword formation with a power that could shatter all things. Retreat. It was unknown who cried out in terror, but the various orthodoxies all fled for their lives. The boundless underworld even collapsed with a rumble, and a scene of destruction appeared before their eyes. Bang! Bang! The mountains collapsed, and the earth within millions of miles sank. The water of the river of forgetfulness surged into the sky and dissipated into water vapor. The torrential yellow springs rolled up huge waves and rolled back into the sky. Countless souls were turned into ashes and died tragically. Mountains and rivers were collapsing, and the underworld was in turmoil. Even the 18 levels of hell had been shaken to the point of splitting apart. Countless vengeful spirits and ghosts had seized this opportunity to escape, and this had caused an unimaginable calamity to the entire underworld. Pangu flag. Tongtian moved the earth, and the mountains and rivers were destroyed. Inside the immortal extermination sword formation, Tongtian stared straight at Yuanshi Tianzuan. He saw a chaotic flag that was 10,000 miles in size shaking the heavens and the earth. It even released a terrifying chaotic radiance, as if it wanted to shatter the world. Pangu flag. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Tao affirmation treasure, and also Yuanshi Tianzuan's strongest supreme treasure. This Pangu flag had the power to split the heavens and earth, and could even tear apart the chaotic void. It had an unimaginably terrifying power. Today, Tongtian summoned the immortal extermination sword formation, and Yuanshi Tianzuan naturally had to take out this treasure. This also proved that the battle between the two would be extremely terrifying, and it might even destroy the entire underworld. My 2 friends from the west, please kill Yi Xian. I will stop junior brother Tongtian. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression was cold. He stood on the Pangu flag, and strands of heavenly Tao's sacred radiance spread out. Terrifying spiritual treasures also appeared one after another. 1. It was a round bead that looked ordinary, but it was emitting a chaotic aura. This bead was called the Chaos Bead, and it contained 3,000 Tao laws. Although it was not as terrifying as the Pangu banner, it was still an innate spiritual treasure that possessed terrifying power. The Trigem Rui scepter emitted a dazzling green light. It was simple and unadorned. This was Yuanshi Tianzuan's protective spiritual treasure. It could become the protective treasure of a saint. This also proved that the Trigem Rui scepter was extremely powerful. Come. However, this was not the end. The primeval Lord of Heaven flipped his hand and a small yellow flag appeared in his hand. When the primeval Lord of Heaven waved his hand, the wind and clouds in the world changed. Thunder and fire filled the sky and earth. Pangu banner, Chaos bead, Trigem jade scepter, apricot yellow flag. Tongtian laughed maniacally. These 4 spiritual treasures were Yuanshi Tianzuan's trump cards. Now that Yuanshi Tianzuan had taken them out, it also proved that this battle was unavoidable. Junior brother, the fairy-slaying sword formation is indeed very powerful. But today, the battle between you and I will not determine victory or defeat. You can't protect Yi Xian either, Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Amitba. The 2 saints of the west strolled toward Yi Xian. Both of them took out their spiritual treasures to prevent Tongtian from involving them in this battle. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood in front of Tongtian alone. His 4 spiritual treasures resisted the fairy-slaying sword formation, and it was obvious that he wanted to delay Tong Tian. Kill! Tong Tian's expression changed drastically. The fairy-slaying sword formation hummed horrifically. The 4 heavenly Tao killing swords were too unbeatable. They shot toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. Go! Facing the fairy-slaying sword formation, Yuanshi Tianzuan naturally did not dare to be careless. His 4 spiritual treasures shook violently and went to meet the fairy-slaying sword formation. Bang! The fairy-slaying sword formation was too terrifying. When the 2 saints attacked, Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. After all, the fairy-slaying sword formation was the number 1 killing formation of the heavenly Tao. Even with the 4 spiritual treasures in his hands, he was still no match for Tong Tian. This caused the 2 saints to engage in an intense battle. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Heaven and earth were collapsing. The shockwaves from the battle between the saints were too wide. The entire underworld was rumbling and shaking. Millions of miles of territory were turning into ashes. It was unknown how many departed souls and ghost immortals died tragically. Nuwa and Hudu fought fiercely. Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan fought each other. This part of the world turned into a chaotic void. The space was shattered, and it was impossible to see the battle clearly. Fellow Taoists of the West, quickly kill Yi Xian. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved the Pangu banner and sent the 4 fairy-slaying swords flying. The Taoist techniques of the 3 purities filled the sky and earth. This also caused Tong Tian to roar in the sky. The fairy-slaying sword formation became even more terrifying and attacked Yuanshi Tianzuan. The fairy-slaying sword formation was indeed powerful and terrifying. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan fell into a disadvantageous position, a saint could not kill a saint. Even the fairy-slaying sword formation could not kill Yuanshi. Instead, it was held back by Yuanshi Tianzuan. This gave the 2 saints of the West a chance to kill Yi Xian. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation were already shaking. Yi Xian's undying true spirit was bitterly undergoing the 6th transformation. The 2 saints of the West were unrestrained and were walking towards Yi Xian. It was likely that they would destroy Yi Xian's undying true spirit in the next moment. Faster, faster. Yi Xian had already lost his physical body. He endured the tempering of the golden light of merit and unimaginable pain. However, he had just completed the 6th transformation and there were still 3 more transformations waiting for him. But the 2 saints of the West had already arrived. This was a situation of certain death. Yi Xian, the war between the saints started because of you. Today, only by destroying you can the world's catastrophe be pacified. The 2 saints of the West spoke mercifully. A pair of Buddha's palms suddenly raised. The Buddha's light that filled the sky condensed and an extremely terrifying murderous intent locked onto Yi Xian. It was as if Yi Xian would be killed in the next moment. The great calamity of life and death was hanging by a thread. Yi Xian was already in despair because he had really reached the end of the road. There was no hope of survival at all. The 2 saints of the West wanted to kill him. Now, who could help him resist? You dare. Rumble. Suddenly, Tong Tian let out a loud roar. His sword finger pierced through the sky. The immortal slaying sword formation suddenly erupted with a murderous holy light that shook the earth. The immortal slaying sword left Yuanshi Tianzuan's head and directly slashed towards the 2 saints of the West. Go! The heavenly sovereign of the primordial beginning coldly roared as the primal chaos bead was directly thrown out by him. With a loud bang, the immortal slaying sword collided with the primal chaos bead, causing the Grandmaster of Heaven to be blocked from saving Yi Xian. You want to save this kid? You're dreaming. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. He could not break the immortal slaying sword formation, but it did not mean that he could not delay Tong Tian. Moreover, the cause of everything today was Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian died, this war between the saints would disappear without a trace. Yi Xian, no one can save you today. You can go in peace. Taoist Junti took out the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. With an aura that could suppress all things, it fell towards Yi Xian. Taoist Jiayin also slapped Yi Xian with his palm. The 2 saints attacked together. Yi Xian was destined to die. Ah! Faced with the joint attack of the 2 saints, Yi Xian roared loudly. His heart was filled with great reluctance. The so-called saint's tribulation was too terrifying. He did not have the ability to resist at all. Just a little bit, just a little bit. As long as Yi Xian could complete the 9 revolutions refinement, he could condense the saint heart. However, the saint's tribulation did not give him any chance. How could Yi Xian be willing? But so what if he was unwilling? No one could save him now. He was destined to be annihilated. Yi Xian also knew that he was about to be annihilated in this world. From then on, Yi Xian would no longer exist in this world. Humph! Suddenly, just as the 2 saints of the West were about to kill Yi Xian, a cold snort was heard. A pitch-black figure quietly blocked in front of Yi Xian. Destroy! The black figure pointed a finger. Heaven and earth became unstable. The wisp of black light seemed to be able to annihilate all things. It directly cancelled out the attack of the 2 saints of the West. It did not even bring up the slightest bit of smoke. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. When the black figure suddenly blocked in front of Yi Xian and casually cancelled out the killing blow of the 2 saints of the West, the world became dead silent. The 2 saints of the West were stunned. Hutu and Niuhua were separated by 1 blow. Even Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian were separated. The eyes of the 6 saints were all focused on the black figure. Immortal Sutra of Immortality. Yi Xian trembled as he stared at the black figure in front of him. His eyes suddenly glazed over, as if he had been dragged into a distant memory. A frail youth in the prime of his youth. That year, he was terminally ill and only 14 years old. Just as he was about to face death, the same figure appeared in front of him and kindly asked him a question. Do you want to live? Do you want to become strong? I want to live, I don't want to die. Then take me as your master. I can give you everything you want and even let you live well. Who are you? You can call me Yuan Ling. The scene reversed. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the scene hidden in Yi Xian's memories reappeared once more. It even overlapped with what he was seeing now. The only difference was that the figure standing in front of him was even more powerful than when he first met him. Even the attack of the 2 saints of the West was easily nullified. Yuan Ling, you finally couldn't help but make a move. Yi Xian smiled wryly at himself as if he had just seen the greatest joke in the world. The master and disciple who had schemed against each other were actually on the same side. Chapter 882. Ha! Yuan Ling was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his appearance. He chuckled and slowly turned to look at Yi Xian. My good disciple, how can I bear to see you die in the hands of others? Yes, if I die in their hands, I'm afraid your plan will be in vain. Yi Xian's voice gradually calmed down, and the golden light of merit blazed again, allowing him to speed up the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian had already calmed down. He knew that now was not the time to catch up with Yuan Ling. He was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Only by truly overcoming the current heavenly tribulation would he be qualified to face everything. Who are you, fellow Taoist? Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzuan took a step forward and looked at Yuan Ling solemnly. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Amitabha. The 2 sages of the West put their palms together and chanted, Fellow Taoist, you are not a saint, but your cultivation is not inferior to ours. What is your relationship with Yi Xian? The two sages of the West recognized Yuan Ling at a glance. Last time, he appeared in the Western Pure Land, but the two of them did not manage to keep him. This had always been a sore point for them. Now that Yi Xian was facing a crisis of death, he appeared again. Obviously, their relationship was not ordinary. The two sages of the West and Yuanshi Tianzuan were not the only ones with heavy hearts. The other sages were also inexplicably surprised, because Yuan Ling was too mysterious and strange. He was not a saint, but his cultivation was not inferior to that of a saint. This was simply a fantasy, and it was even more unbelievable. Everyone below a saint was an ant. This was not just a saying, but an unchanging iron law. However, Yuan Ling's appearance today broke this iron law. In the past, Dao ancestor Hongjun once said that there were only 7 sages in the world. At this moment, the 7 sages understood everything. Why would someone comparable to a saint appear? Could Dao ancestor Hongjun be lying? You so-called saints are just frogs at the bottom of a well. Although my disciple is a little mischievous, as his master, how can I watch him die at your hands? Yuan Ling's hands were behind his back, and wisps of black fog surrounded him. His voice was low and hoarse. You are Yi Xian's master. You are Yuan Ling. Tongtian's brows furrowed, extremely shocked as he looked at Yuan Ling. Back then, Yi Xian had told him about Yuan Ling, but the Grand Master of Heaven had never heard of such a person in the 3 realms. He never thought that his so-called master would actually appear when Yi Xian was facing a life and death calamity. Tongtian. Ha! Yuan Ling paced in the void and chuckled. He looked at Tongtian and said, among the 3 pure ones, you are the most impulsive Tongtian. Hongjun snatched Luo Ho's immortal slaying 4 swords and gave them to you before he merged with the Wei. Logically speaking, you have the immortal slaying formation in your hands among the saints, and your combat strength is outstanding. Unfortunately, you are too reckless and impulsive, which is why you were defeated in the Azure Palace during the Great God Investiture Tribulation in the past. Yuan Ling paused and turned to look at Yuanshi Tianzuan, saying, among the 3 pure ones, you, Yuanshi, are the most hypocritical. You always want to scheme against your junior brother. You are not convinced of your eldest senior brother, Lao Tzu, and you want to be the leader of the 3 pure ones. Unfortunately, your vision is too narrow. In the end, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Yuan Ling spoke as if he was passing judgment on everything. Even though Tongtian and Yuanshi Tianzuan were the 3 pure ones, he did not seem to care about them. He even commented on their temperaments. You. After being seen through by Yuan Ling, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression changed slightly. However, he looked at Yuan Ling with a more dignified expression. From Yuan Ling's words, he could tell that the person in front of him had existed for a very long time. Even when he mentioned Tao ancestor Hongjun, he did not seem to care about him at all. And you, little girl, the 3 pure ones are at odds with each other. After all, they are the incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit. They have a foundation that cannot be underestimated. But you, little girl, are just a member of the demon tribe. If old Hongjun did not intend to make you a sage, how could you have the status you have today? Yuan Ling looked at Niuhua with a sneer. What? Tao ancestor intended to make me a sage. What do you mean? Hearing Yuan Ling's words, Niuhua's expression changed. She had a feeling that the mysterious person in front of her seemed to know a lot of shocking secrets that no one knew. Ha! Yuan Ling sneered slightly and looked at Niuhua with an even more strange and unpredictable expression. He said, all things rotate and the way of heaven collapses. The so-called sage is just Hongjuan sage. You don't know what a real sage is. And you, little girl, have a miserable fate. You are just an abandoned pawn in his hands. What are you talking about? Hearing Yuan Ling's words, Niuhua felt uneasy. She felt as if something bad had happened to her, but she could not find the source at all. However, her heart could not stop trembling. The so-called Hongmeng immortal qi was just collected by old Hongjun from the Hongmeng divine tree. The so-called sage through merit is just a lie. In the future, you will know what a joke it is. Yuan Ling laughed and did not answer Nuwa's question. He just looked at the sages with contempt, as if he was looking at a joke. Are you someone from outside the three realms? The two sages of the West were surprised and asked tentatively. At this moment, they lowered their posture to the extreme. Fellow. Yuan Ling glanced at the two sages of the West indifferently and said contemptuously, in this world, only Hongjun and Luo Ho can call me fellow. Although you two little monks are cunning, you are just Hongjun's pawns. It's a joke to try to escape from his control. As the saying went, one would not stop until one was shocked to death. Yuan Ling spoke frankly with assurance, as if he was in control of the general trend of the world. His tone was frightening, and the 6 sages were stunned on the spot. May I know who you are? We are willing to listen to your teachings. Among the 6 great sages present, the ones who were the most shameless were the 2 sages of the West. Zhuan Ti directly adopted the etiquette of a junior and even respectfully bowed to the original spirit. The 2 sages of the West could not be blamed for their attitude. Yuan Ling's words were too shocking. Moreover, he was indeed not a sage. However, he had just dissolved their great skill with one strike, and his cultivation was not weaker than that of a sage. How could such a person's words be false? You are worthy of teaching. Yuan Ling nodded slowly. The black fog around him became more and more terrifying. An aura that was not weaker than that of a sage rose into the sky and rolled in all directions. The 6 sages were extremely shocked. The great god Pangu was one of the chaotic divine demons. In the past, he wanted to become the sage of all sages by strength. Unfortunately, he died and digested the untainted land. Hongjun was also one of the chaotic divine demons. He entered the untainted land to refine it and devour it. He wanted to completely refine the cultivation of the great god Pangu and become the sage of all sages. Chapter 883. The so-called immeasurable calamity is just Hongjun's plan. The great calamity of Dragon Han, the great mage-demon war, the great deification war, and the untainted world were broken into the 3 realms. Today, the great calamity has arisen again, and the world is once again in tatters. This is also the last calamity. The world will completely collapse, and Hongjun will be able to achieve his goal and truly become the saint of all beings. You are just his pawns. Yuan Ling's words were simply shocking. When he finished speaking, the 6 great sages were completely stunned on the spot and did not recover for a long time. Say. Senior. You're telling the truth. The 2 sages of the West looked solemn and bowed to Yuan Ling. They had already forgotten to inquire about Yuan Ling's identity. Obviously, they were unimaginably shocked by Yuan Ling's words. Of course it's true. How could this exalted one say anything false? Yuan Ling said coldly. He's lying. Suddenly, an extremely shocked and angry voice sounded. The divine light of the heavenly way burst out. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been silent all this time. How dare you lie to us sages? Yuanshi Tianzuan flew into a rage. His hair and beard stood on end. He shook the Pangu banner, and the terrible chaotic qi swayed on it and suddenly smashed toward Yuan Ling. Yuanshi, are you crazy? Such a scene directly changed the 2 sages of the West's expressions. No one had thought that Yuanshi Tianzuan would dare to attack Yuan Ling. However, what happened next completely stunned the sages. Then, their faces turned extremely red, and their faces were filled with shame and indignation. Bang! The Pangu banner was a primordial treasure and Yuanshi Tianzuan's strongest spiritual treasure. Under his control, it smashed onto Yuan Ling's body. Yuan Ling was actually sent flying by the Pangu banner. Even the chaotic qi around him faded. One blow. With just one strike, Yuan Ling had actually been defeated. This was simply incomparable to before, and this made the sages instantly realize what had happened. Look above your heads. Yuanshi Tianzuan roared angrily. This also made the sages look up at the sky. They saw that a small door had opened in the vast sky of the underworld. If they didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Huh, you discovered it too late. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter rang out. Yuan Ling, who had been sent flying by the Pangu banner, had appeared beside Yi Xian at some point in time. He directly brought Yi Xian into the portal and instantly disappeared from the eyes of the saints. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. When Yuan Ling disappeared with Yi Xian, heaven and earth fell silent. Only an extremely violent aura reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the entire underworld to rumble and shake. Damn it! Nuwa roared in shame and anger. Heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers collapsed without a trace. The two sages of the West were flushed with anger. The Buddhist light around them was extremely terrifying, as if the underworld was about to collapse. We were deceived by him. The two sages of the West roared in shame and anger. An extreme sense of humiliation appeared in their hearts. They couldn't wait to find a crack in a rock and hide in it. The truth was revealed. Everything was revealed. It turned out that Yuan Ling had been putting on an act from the beginning to the end. He had even told a big lie to deceive the sages. Yuan Ling was indeed very strong. His strength was comparable to that of a sage. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against several sages alone. Moreover, he had deliberately stalled for time and even acted as if he was the ruler of the world. This caused the sages to be stunned on the spot. It was also during this time that Yuan Ling secretly used a great technique to secretly open up a passage to the Earth Immortal realm. Only then did he manage to take Yi Xian away and escape from this place. Yuan Ling had appeared just now to block the attack of the two sages of the West. It seemed very easy, but in fact, Yuan Ling knew that he had suffered a lot. That was a joint attack from two sages. He had suffered a great deal of damage. However, this risk had to be taken. Yuan Ling couldn't just watch Yi Xian die in the hands of a sage. One had to know that he had been planning for countless years. All his hopes were placed on Yi Xian, which was why the previous scene had happened. How dare you, scoundrel! You deserve to die. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan was very shrewd, at this moment, he was extremely irritable. He was one of the three pure ones. Today, not only had he been reprimanded, but he had also been deceived. This made him extremely ashamed and angry. He couldn't wait to tear Yuan Ling into pieces. At this moment, only Hutu and Tong Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yuan Ling's methods were extremely dishonorable, and even though the two of them were kept in the dark, he had still saved Yi Xian's life. This made them feel slightly relieved. Yi Xian had been rescued by Yuan Ling. Although the two sages of the West and Yuanshi Nuwa were resentful and unwilling, there was nothing they could do. However, in their hearts, they were still surprised and doubtful about Yuan Ling's origin. After all, Yuan Ling's cultivation was comparable to that of a sage. This was not false. Moreover, what Yuan Ling had said just now seemed to be a lie, but they also heard something different from what he said. They also felt that Yuan Ling knew many secrets that they didn't know. We must find this person. At the same time, the sages had the same idea. Yuan Ling was too mysterious, which made them extremely curious. As for Yi Xian, although Nuwa and Yuanshi wished that Yi Xian would be annihilated, they no longer regarded Yi Xian as a big problem. After all, Hutu had become a sage, and Yi Xian had no chance to become a sage. Naturally, he would not be a threat to them. Junior brother, take care of yourself. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered and directly turned into a light and disappeared. Niuhua frowned and looked at Hudu, saying, "Junior sister Hudu, today you have helped Yi Xian once. It can be considered as repaying his kindness of becoming a sage. I hope that in the future, you and I will be friends, not enemies. I have to repay his kindness of becoming a sage. Senior sister Niuhua, please understand." Hutu whispered. Although Yi Xian had helped her become a sage, she had already fulfilled 2 of Yi Xian's conditions. Now, she only needed to fulfill the last condition to clear her debt with Yi Xian. Naturally, she did not want to offend the other sages. However, a strange feeling arose in Hutu's heart. Why did the golden light of merit cause so much damage to Yi Xian? What did Yi Xian do with the golden light of merit? Goodbye. Just as Hutu was pondering, Niuhua said coldly and directly left from the sky. At the same time, the 2 sages of the west also flung their sleeves and floated away. A battle between sages caused by Yi Xian also ended hastily. Junior sister Hutu, if you have time, you can come to the Aquamarine Palace. I can give you some pointers on the great Tao of cultivation. Tong Tian said softly to Hutu as he withdrew his 4 immortal slaying swords. Thank you, senior brother Tong Tian. When Hutu's sage heart stabilizes, I will definitely pay you a visit personally. Hutu nodded in response. The 2 sages chatted for a while and then parted ways. Both of them tacitly did not mention Yi Xian, and the other orthodoxies also left. Sigh. The Nether River Patriarch sighed, knowing that Yi Xian's momentum was gone. Even if he escaped from the sages today, Hutu would become the 7th sage, and he would never have the chance to become a sage again. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, you, sigh. The Nether River Patriarch sighed and returned to the unholy blood sea disheartenedly. Clearly, he was extremely disappointed in Yi Xian. He was afraid that he would never appear in the 3 realms after returning to the unholy blood sea this time. However, he did not know that Yi Xian was about to undergo the 3rd tribulation of the heavenly Tao and undergo a complete transformation. Chapter 884. Earth Immortal Realm, Dongxing Divine Prefecture. 30,000 years ago, the 2 celestial courts had fought a world-destroying battle. The Dongxing Divine Continent had been severely damaged, and it could be said that corpses were everywhere. Meteors fell from the sky, and astral winds howled. The entire Dongxing Divine Continent could not see the sun or moon, and the sky was dark. Even after 30,000 years, it had not improved in the slightest. Cold winds howled and heavy snow fell. Snowflakes drifted between the heavens and the earth, and the continuous mountain ranges rose and fell. However, there was not the slightest sign of life, as if one was in the Arctic glaciers. This was a cold mountain that towered into the clouds, as if it was a pillar of heaven and earth. At the peak of the cold mountain, a black stream of light streaked across, and then there was a loud boom, causing the entire mountain to rumble and shake. Although they are false saints, they still have the word saint in them. With my current cultivation, I still have the strength to face them. At the peak of the cold mountain, Yuan Ling panted violently. The black fog around him became illusory, and a thin figure could be vaguely seen. Judging from his blurry clothes, he seemed to be dressed in Taoist attire. Ugh! Suddenly, a pained voice rang out, causing Yuan Ling to instantly come to his senses. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit appeared. Rumble! The golden light of virtue howled through the heavens and the earth, and an extremely fiery aura surged out. Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit was bathed in the golden light of virtue, and was still undergoing a terrifying tempering. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the 7th cycle of tempering. As long as he could endure the next 2 cycles, he could complete the process of breaking free from his cocoon and truly transcend the 3rd tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth. Yuan Ling struck out, directly sealing the surrounding void to prevent the golden light of virtue from attracting the saint's attention. Otherwise, if the saint discovered their location, everything he had done before would be for naught. This was not something he wanted to see. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian was laughing maniacally. Although he was suffering from the pain brought to him by the golden light of virtue, he could sense everything that his original spirit had done. My dear disciple, I haven't seen you for 150,000 years. You've become much more mature than before. I didn't expect you to walk on the path of strength. What a pity. Yuan Ling's voice was low, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. If one listened carefully, they would discover a trace of complex trembling, which proved that Yuan Ling's heart was not calm. Yuan Ling, I knew you would make a move. If I die, all your plans will be for naught, Yi Xian whispered in the golden light of virtue. The three tribulations of the heavenly Tao, the sage's killing tribulation. You were supposed to die in this tribulation, but I didn't expect that I would become the biggest variable in the sage's killing tribulation. You also survived this sage's killing tribulation. Yuan Ling clasped his hands behind his back. His voice became increasingly gloomy as the black fog around him churned. A pair of bloody eyes peeked out from the black fog and stared intently at Yi Xian. You want to kill me? Yi Xian spoke with difficulty amidst the endless pain. If there was anyone in the world who knew Yuan Ling the best, it would definitely be him. After all, the two of them had been together day and night. No one knew what kind of person Yuan Ling was better than Yi Xian. My dear disciple, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm actually very afraid of you. Yuan Ling's voice was low as he let out a long sigh. His bloody eyes that looked at Yi Xian through the black fog flickered, as if he was hesitating about something. Afraid of me? Yi Xian said in a slightly surprised voice as he endured the tempering of the golden light of virtue. When you were still young, I could tell that you had a tenacious heart. Although you and I schemed against each other and even wanted to kill each other, I saw you walk step by step to where you are today. To be honest, being able to raise a disciple like you is my greatest pride. Looking at the 3,000 worlds of the primal chaos fiend gods, your talent can definitely be ranked in the top 10. What a pity, what a pity. The heaven-exterminating halberd and the undying immortal scripture are too important to me. Even though I admire you very much, I still have to kill you. Only then can I transcend and become the saint of saints. Yuan Ling let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. However, when Yi Xian heard it, Yi Xian's heart was in turmoil. Primal chaos fiend gods, 3,000 worlds. This was the first time Yi Xian had heard these words, and it was from Yuan Ling, just who are you? Yi Xian endured the tempering of the golden light of virtue and asked a question that he really wanted to know. Since the beginning of the first Yuan, the primal chaos has a spirit. Who I am is not important. What is important is that this so-called three realms is just a prison, a world with incomplete laws. The so-called saints are just a joke. Yuan Ling sighed self-deprecatingly and then suddenly looked at Yi Xian. His blood-red eyes shone with a strange light through the black fog. Yi Xian, my good disciple, I never thought that you would dare to step on the path of using strength to prove your Tao. Moreover, you are about to pass the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao. If I let you pass this tribulation, even if I wanted to control you, it would be extremely difficult. Tell me, should I not kill you? Buzz. The void changed and golden light surged. Yi Xian actually entered the 8th refinement cycle at this moment. His undying true spirit released strands of black saint power, and an illusory light quietly grew in the undying true spirit. The saint heart has been formed, and the Tao has taken form. Good, good, good. My good disciple, I never thought that I would underestimate you all this time. Yuan Ling was first stunned when he saw the changes in Yi Xian's undying true spirit, but then he clapped his hands and laughed loudly. It was as if Yi Xian had given him a great surprise. So the legend of undying is true. When someone truly cultivates the undying immortal scripture, their path to becoming a saint must be to prove their Tao through strength. Yuan Ling looked as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. Not only was he not afraid because Yi Xian was about to complete the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, he was instead staring at him with great joy. You want to wait until I complete the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao to devour me? At this moment, Yi Xian was in the 8th refinement cycle and was gradually moving towards the 9th refinement cycle. However, when he felt Yuan Ling's extreme joy, a great sense of unease appeared in his heart. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yuan Ling did not deny it. Instead, he nodded solemnly and said, "My good disciple, you are right. I am indeed going to occupy your body. From now on, I am you, and you are mine. You can rest assured that I will help you complete your unfinished business. I will definitely kill those mere false saints." Silence, speechlessness, shock. All kinds of extremely complicated emotions grew in Yi Xian's heart. He always knew that Yuan Ling wanted to occupy his body and even wanted to devour his soul. This was because only in this way could Yuan Ling obtain the heaven-destroying halberd and the forbidden chapter of the undying immortal scripture. However, Yi Xian did not expect this day to come so quickly. He was about to complete the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao and finally had the cultivation to fear no one. However, Yuan Ling finally made a move against him. Chapter 885. However, at this moment, Yi Xian calmed down. Just as Yuan Ling had said, once he passed through the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, even Yuan Ling would not be able to restrain him. Yuan Ling had taken such a huge risk to save him. Naturally, it was not because of the so-called master-disciple relationship, but because he wanted to take over his cultivation and the physical body that he was about to condense. At this moment, the golden light of merit was getting denser and denser, and the indestructible true spirit was becoming more and more illusory. The outline of a saint heart was faintly appearing. Yuan Ling watched indifferently and did not make a sound. Yi Xian did not make a sound either. At this moment, he had already gotten used to the pain that the golden light of merit brought to him. Instead, he was thinking of a countermeasure to avoid the fatal calamity that Yuan Ling was about to bring to him. Rumble. Heaven and earth changed and the void exploded. The golden light of merit was like a divine fire from the 9th heaven, and Yi Xian's indestructible true spirit was changing again. Bang! The indestructible true spirit exploded and a black saint heart appeared. This black saint heart was not a physical body, but something like a primordial spirit. At this moment it was beating in the void, and the entire world was rumbling. The 9th revolution. Yi Xian had reached the 9th revolution and had finally condensed his saint heart. Once he reached the peak of the 9th revolution, his saint heart would be stabilized and a terrifying physical body would be formed. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Yuan Ling was so excited that he muttered to himself. The aura around him was extremely chaotic. He had waited bitterly for countless years, and he had also planned for countless years. He had finally waited for this day. At this moment. Buzz. Heaven and earth were disillusioned, and the darkness was boundless. A strange and inexplicable fluctuation spread out from Yi Xian's black saint heart, causing the 3 realms to completely darken. Woo woo woo. A strange gust of wind blew through the heaven, earth, and man realms, and the sound of chanting could be faintly heard in the sky. The most terrifying and bizarre thing was that the black saint heart that Yi Xian had condensed was becoming more and more solid. Strands of black saint energy were spreading out, and a physical body was quickly condensing. Dark clouds rolled, and lightning intertwined. The world within 100 million miles suddenly became turbulent. Black lightning crisscrossed in the dark clouds, and with a shocking explosion, countless black lightning bolts struck down on Yi Xian's physical body. Crack! Lightning flashed, forging his body. Yi Xian's entire body was submerged in black lightning, and his body became even thicker. His jet-black hair scattered down, and his skin was as translucent as jade, as if it was made of diamond glass. He was emitting an indescribable light. The saint heart has been formed, the indestructible demon body. Looking at Yi Xian's transformation, Yuan Ling roared in excitement. He could feel the unimaginable power contained in Yi Xian's body, and this was the power he yearned for day and night. Rumble. There was a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Black lotuses filled the sky, and the world in all directions shook as the black lotuses bloomed. Yi Xian seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. He sat cross-legged in the void, and a black lotus appeared beneath him. The black, sparkling petals were even more beautiful, and one would feel as if one's soul would be sucked in at a glance. Now! Yuan Ling roared coldly, and suddenly turned into a spot of light that shot into Yi Xian's forehead. Obviously, he wanted to devour Yi Xian's soul and invade his newly condensed physical body. Yi Xian was at his weakest now. If he waited for Yi Xian to completely merge his saint heart and physical body, it would be extremely difficult for Yuan Ling to invade his physical body. Above the firmament, in the void, the black lotus was blooming. Yi Xian sat cross-legged, but his brows were tightly knitted together, and the black saint light around him was extremely chaotic. 18 phantoms of gods and demons quietly appeared behind him, and they let out strange and terrifying growls. This was a gray space. There was no direction, up or down, and no sound. There was only a mysterious gray fog drifting about, giving people a hazy and illusory feeling. Buzz! A spot of black light grew in the space, and Yuan Ling waved his hand to disperse the surrounding fog. His eyes shone as he looked straight ahead. This was Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, and also the location of Yi Xian's saint heart. Do you really think you can devour me? Yi Xian slowly walked out from the gray fog. His body was glowing, and this was a kind of black saint light. At this moment, he was not only an existence of the primordial spirit, but also a manifestation of the black saint heart. He was frowning slightly as he looked at Yuan Ling. Disciple, give up resisting. You are no match for your master at all. Yuan Ling said indifferently, as if he had great confidence. Even though Yi Xian had passed the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, he did not seem to care that much. I have already condensed the saint heart, and my cultivation is comparable to that of a saint. Not to mention you, even those saints would not be able to kill me. What right do you have? Yi Xian said calmly. He was stating a fact, an ironclad fact. When the black saint heart had condensed, and when the indestructible demonic body had been formed, Yi Xian's cultivation had not yet stabilized, but he had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Everyone below the saint realm was an ant. This was not just a saying, but an ironclad fact. Although Yi Xian was not a saint yet, his cultivation was comparable to that of the 7 great saints. At most, Yuan Ling's cultivation was on par with that of a saint. Yi Xian naturally had a certain level of confidence that he could resist Yuan Ling. However, Yi Xian could also feel the uneasiness that Yuan Ling gave him. This uneasiness was not due to the oppression of his cultivation, but a kind of fate. It was as if Yuan Ling had some special characteristics that made him feel uneasy. Disciple, you are still too inexperienced. Since I dared to let you pass the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, and even dared to attack you at this moment, I naturally have a way to deal with you. Yuan Ling smiled coldly, and his words were filled with great confidence. Oh. Yi Xian's eyes were slightly cold as he said, then I would like to see what you are capable of. Although Yi Xian was uneasy, he would not sit and wait for death. No matter what Yuan Ling's confidence was, the two of them would definitely have a tough battle today. Ha! Suddenly, Yuan Ling smiled slightly. His laughter was very strange. He looked at Yi Xian and said, your cultivation is all thanks to me. Do you know the so-called karma power? Karma power? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he muttered to himself. The result that he did not want to see the most had happened. In the past, Patriarch Subodhi had once told him that no matter what level he cultivated to, Yuan Ling would always be his greatest enemy. His cultivation was just a gift to Yuan Ling. The biggest reason for this was the so-called karma power. Yi Xian's cultivation was all thanks to Yuan Ling. If not for Yuan Ling's teaching back then, Yi Xian would not have today's cultivation and achievements. This was a huge karma, even more terrifying than the karma of a saint. This was also why Patriarch Subodhi had warned Yi Xian to destroy his own cultivation of the undying Immortal Sutra. Only by doing so could he dissolve the karma power with Yuan Ling. In this world, there must be a cause and effect. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth cannot go against it. The karma power surpasses the great Tao. Although the great Tao of heaven and earth in the three realms is incomplete, it is still bound by the karma power. Yuan Ling smiled. Chapter 886. Silence. 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 The so-called master and disciple were at odds with each other. The oppressive and heavy atmosphere was growing. The first to break the silence was Yuan Ling, because he could not wait any longer. Ta, ta, ta. Yuan Ling strode towards Yi Xian. With every step he took, his entire sea of consciousness rumbled. An obscure aura quietly appeared on Yuan Ling's body. Damn it! Yi Xian frowned. He could not stop his footsteps from retreating. This was not an action of his own volition, but an indescribable natural restraint. Is this the power of karma? Yi Xian said gloomily. He could feel that he had the power to destroy the world, but when he saw Yuan Ling walking towards him, he could not use the power in his body at all. It was as if he was being suppressed by some mysterious power. What you sowed in the past will be the result today. My good disciple, accept your fate. Yuan Ling smiled and whispered. He gradually approached Yi Xian. When he looked at Yi Xian, his eyes were filled with endless greed. It was as if a hungry beast had seen prey waiting to be slaughtered. Roar! Suddenly, Yuan Ling turned into a black fog and instantly swallowed Yi Xian. The mysterious power of karma could not be seen or touched, but it suppressed Yi Xian. He did not even have a chance to resist. In the myriad of worlds, in the chaos of the void, there were a few mysterious laws. Very few people could control them. It could be said that they could not be controlled at all. The power of space-time, the power of space, the power of chaos, the power of nirvanic destruction, the power of karma, the power of fate, without mentioning anything else, just the power of karma alone was that everything had a cause and effect. The cycle of karma formed the cycle of the laws of this world. As for Yi Xian, he was plagued with a terminal illness when he was young. He was supposed to die without a doubt, but Yuan Ling saved his life and brought him on the path of cultivation. His fate was completely changed, and this was the cause of the past. Today, Yuan Ling wanted to devour Yi Xian. He wanted to completely occupy his body and refine his soul. This was the result of today's karmic cycle. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had transcended the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, he was unable to withstand the karmic laws. Ignoring the fact that Yi Xian had transcended the third tribulation of the heavenly Tao, even if he transcended the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and became a saint of saints, it was hard to say if he could withstand the karmic forces. That was why Yuan Ling was so fearless. He allowed Yi Xian to transcend the 3 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and still dared to attack him. Ah! The soul-tearing pain made Yi Xian groan. His current state was that of a saint heart, and Yuan Ling had turned into a black fog that was gradually eating away at his saint heart. This kind of pain was like 10,000 ants crawling over him, constantly gnawing at him. Immortal art of immortality. Yi Xian roared angrily. He would never accept death if he had to resign himself to fate. At this moment, he tried his best to mobilize his strength, hoping to fight Yuan Ling to the death. Unfortunately, the power of karma was too unfathomable. It was a power that surpassed the rules of the heavenly Tao, and it suppressed Yi Xian with an indescribable and mysterious power. It didn't allow him to resist in the slightest. Accept your fate, my disciple. No one can go against karma. Today, you will die without a doubt. Yuan Ling laughed wildly in excitement because he could feel his own strength rising violently. He was afraid that it wouldn't be long before he could completely devour Yi Xian. I can't accept this. Yi Xian's eyes were red. The black saint energy around him was chaotic, causing his sea of consciousness to tremble. However, no matter how hard he struggled, or how hard he tried to think of a solution, his consciousness was gradually blurring. It was obvious that he would be devoured by Yuan Ling soon. Ha! Yuan Ling was originally a very shrewd person, but now he laughed wildly, unable to hide his emotions at all. This also proved how excited Yuan Ling was. 150,000 years. I have watched you grow for 150,000 years. My disciple, do you know how hard it was for me to wait? Yuan Ling roared excitedly, as if he had fallen into a state of madness. He turned into a terrifying ghostly face and kept devouring Yi Xian's black saint energy origin. His entire person was crazy to the extreme. After devouring your soul and taking over your body, I will be able to obtain the heaven-destroying halberd and learn the forbidden chapter of the immortal scripture. With the help of the immortal scripture and the heaven-destroying halberd, I will definitely be able to pass through the 9 tribulations of the heavenly axiom and truly transcend, returning to the chaos once again. Yuan Ling roared excitedly. He had never been so happy in all these years because today he would achieve his goal and take the most important step. Heaven-destroying halberd. Suddenly, just as Yuan Ling was getting carried away, Yi Xian let out an unwilling roar. His body was glowing, and an extremely terrifying wave spread out from his body. Buzz! A 3-inch small halberd rippled out. The pitch-black halberd shone with a mysterious black light, and a power that could cut through everything spread out from the halberd. Bang! A wisp of dark mist exploded from the heavenly extermination halberd as the power to exterminate all living things bloomed. An ear-piercing scream came from the mouth of the origin spirit. The origin spirit abruptly separated from Yi Xian's body, and the black mist around him became extremely chaotic. How is this possible? Yuan Ling's footsteps were constantly retreating. Wisps of black mist were fluctuating on his body. Through the black mist, his bloody eyes were filled with great panic. Is this the power of destruction? Yuan Ling stared at the heaven-destroying halberd in front of Yi Xian, and his entire body was trembling. If one listened carefully, they would realize that Yuan Ling's voice was filled with horror. The power of destruction was similar to the power of karma, and they were both indescribable powers in the world. Karma was about cycles, and all things were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, while the power of destruction represented destruction, the power to destroy everything. At this moment, Yi Xian was panting violently, and the heaven-destroying halberd was in front of him. A wisp of dark light shone on the halberd, and it gave out a kind of destructive qi. It was also the appearance of the heaven-destroying halberd that gave Yi Xian a chance to breathe. The legend of the heaven-destroying halberd is indeed true. The power of destruction, the heaven-destroying halberd indeed contains the power of destruction. Yuan Ling seemed to have fallen into a kind of madness, and he was shouting with a trembling voice. He looked at the heaven-destroying halberd with an indescribable greed in his eyes. Only the power of destruction can resist the power of karma. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. Yuan Ling roared like a wild beast, and his entire person went berserk. Get the heaven-destroying halberd, I must get it. Yuan Ling suddenly raised his head, and looked at Yi Xian with a burning gaze. He strode towards Yi Xian, and obviously he would not let Yi Xian go so easily. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and his aura was extremely cold. A touch of gloominess flashed across his eyes, and he slowly held the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand. A cruel murderous intent exploded in his eyes, and an extremely fierce qi was locked on Yuan Ling. Chapter 887. The timely appearance of the heaven-punishing halberd gave Yi Xian hope. At that very moment, the strange power radiating out from the halberd was actually capable of forcing Yuan Ling back. Although Yi Xian did not know what was going on, Yi Xian could not care less. Finishing off Yuan Ling was of the utmost importance. Don't think that just because you have the heaven-punishing halberd, you can escape from your master's grasp. Yuan Ling bellowed cruelly and unleashed his karmic power to its limits. This power was invisible and intangible, but it truly existed. Yuan Ling did not possess this mysterious power. Rather, Yi Xian owed him karmic power. Yuan Ling was born to counter Yi Xian. Die! Yuan Ling attacked, transforming into a clump of black mist once more to engulf Yi Xian. The karmic power connecting the two of them erupted with a terrifying might, causing Yi Xian to feel as though he had fallen into a swamp. Kill! Yi Xian's face contorted and the heaven-punishing halberd radiated the power of nirvanic extermination. Instantly, his cultivation base became active and he abruptly raised the heaven-punishing halberd to attack Yuan Ling. Bang! The halberd swung forward and the sea of wisdom shook. The heaven-punishing halberd was indeed a product of chaos. It was also worthy of its title as the #1 killing artifact throughout history. It instantly shattered the black mist that Yuan Ling had transformed into to force him out. Good. 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 Despite having been forced out by the heaven-punishing halberd, Yuan Ling did not show any fear. Instead, he laughed maniacally. The way he looked at Yi Xian grew even more fervent. Clang! 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 Yi Xian's sea of consciousness shook and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. With a serious expression, he waved the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand and continuously dispersed the terrifying black sword radiance. Unfortunately, Yuan Ling's grand technique was too strange and terrifying. Moreover, the power of karma contained within it was too strong. Even though Yi Xian had the power to resist by relying on the heaven-destroying halberd, he still showed signs of being defeated. It's useless, my good disciple. Even though the heaven-destroying halberd contains the power of destruction, you can't use it at all. The power of karma in my body naturally suppresses you. Don't be stubborn. I will give you a quick death. Yuan Ling laughed cruelly. The grand technique in his hand became even more terrifying. Dozens of sword radiance cruelly pierced Yi Xian's body, causing Yi Xian's body to become even more illusory. It was as if he would collapse at any moment. Just as Yuan Ling had said, even though the heaven-destroying halberd contained the power of destruction, Yi Xian could not use it at all. However, Yuan Ling was different. Even though he could not control the power of karma, the karma that the two of them had accumulated over the past 150,000 years was too terrifying. Every move of Yuan Ling's carried the power of karma. It was not something that Yi Xian could resist. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, Yuan Ling took advantage of Yi Xian's carelessness to condense a terrifying palm. He abruptly slapped Yi Xian away, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. The heaven-destroying halberd in Yi Xian's hand fell beside him, producing the sound of metal clashing. Whing! Yi Xian's aura was extremely chaotic. The black holy light around him was even more unstable. Yuan Ling's attack had severely injured him. This was not because his cultivation was inferior to Yuan Ling's, but because Yuan Ling's attack contained the power of karma. This was a natural suppression, which made Yi Xian extremely dissatisfied. Kakik! Yuan Ling laughed cruelly. He strode towards Yi Xian until he was right in front of Yi Xian. He looked down at him in a condescending manner. My good disciple, I really have to thank you. I am very surprised that you were able to cultivate to this level. Unfortunately, the karma between us is too deep. In the end, you can only pave the way for me. Yuan Ling laughed cruelly. He was obviously very pleased with himself. His palm, which was wrapped in black fog, shone brightly. He directly grabbed at Yi Xian's head. Clearly, he wanted to completely devour Yi Xian in the next moment. Do you really think you can devour me? Suddenly, Yi Xian slowly raised his head. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face, and the way he looked at Yuan Ling became even more mocking. What did you say? Looking at the strange smile on Yi Xian's face, Yuan Ling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. An extremely bad feeling grew in his heart. It was said before that if there was anyone in the world who understood Yuan Ling the most, it would definitely be Yi Xian. But in other words, if there was anyone in the world who understood Yi Xian the most, it would be Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling understood Yi Xian too well. He knew very well what kind of person Yi Xian was. Sinister, cunning, cruel, ruthless. He would do anything to achieve his goals. His heart was also tenacious and indomitable. These were all characteristics of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian revealed such a strange smile. Clearly, he was not that simple. Nirvana armor. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared. His entire sea of consciousness shook. Endless darkness enveloped his sea of consciousness. A dot of black light appeared on Yi Xian's body. Hum. The demon god roared and a vicious aura soared into the sky. It was as if a slumbering ancient beast had slowly opened its eyes. A black armor strangely appeared on Yi Xian's body. A ghost face that seemed to be crying and laughing was engraved on the black armor. Die. Rumble. While Yuan Ling was in a daze, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. The Nirvana armor emitted a terrifying light. A fist light constantly enlarged in Yuan Ling's eyes. The mysterious power of Nirvana appeared on this fist light. Bang! Like the explosion of primal chaos thunder and the surging of millions of stars, this fist violently blasted Yuan Ling away. With a loud bang, Yuan Ling crashed to the ground. The black mist around him became extremely faint. One could faintly see that Yuan Ling's true body was an extremely blurry silhouette. At this moment, Yuan Ling's black mist was faint and indistinct, revealing a Taoist attire. However, his appearance was covered by the mist, but one could vaguely see his facial features. This also made Yi Xian stare at Yuan Ling, hoping to see who his true body was. This person is... Yi Xian muttered in surprise. This was because he seemed to have seen this blurry face somewhere before. However, no matter how hard Yi Xian thought, he could not recall where he had seen it before. Nirvana. Nirvana armor. Just as Yi Xian was immersed in his memories, he saw Yuan Ling slowly crawl up from the ground. The black mist around him thickened again, and a shocked and bewildered voice came from his mouth. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can the Nirvana armor be in your hands? The black mist of the origin spirit lingered around him, but the aura around his body fluctuated to the extreme. Through the black mist, his bloody eyes stared fixedly at Yi Xian, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the three realms, Yuan Ling dared to say that no one understood the origins of the heaven-destroying halberd and the undying immortal scripture better than him. These two items were obtained by him with great difficulty. Furthermore, the Nirvana armor came from the same source as the heaven-destroying halberd. However, Yuan Ling could not understand why he could not find the divine item after searching for so long. At this most crucial moment, the Nirvana armor just had to appear in Yi Xian's hands. Chapter 888. Nirvana. These two simple words explained everything. The Nirvana armor and the heaven-destroying halberd came from the same source, so they naturally contained the power of Nirvana. If there was a difference between the two, it would be that the heaven-destroying halberd specialized in killing, while the Nirvana armor could be said to have unparalleled defense. However, although the Nirvana armor could be said to be invulnerable and could block Yuan Ling's power of karma, the armor was as heavy as the heavens and earth. Although Yi Xian had passed the 3 heavenly tribulations and barely managed to wear the armor, it still put a huge burden on him. However, the benefits were obvious. The Nirvana armor was filled with black lightning, and the power of Nirvana it contained was far too terrifying. This also made Yi Xian look like a god, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. Yi Xian had actually obtained the legendary Nirvana armor. This was like being struck by lightning to Yuan Ling, causing his originally confident confidence to waver. He looked at Yi Xian's godlike figure with bloodshot eyes, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. "I don't believe it." Suddenly, Yuan Ling roared crazily. He turned into a cloud of black mist again and tried to devour Yi Xian. However, this time, Yuan Ling did not crush Yi Xian like before. Chi! 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 Black lightning intertwined as the power of Nirvana vaguely appeared. Just as Yuan Ling pounced on Yi Xian, the power contained in the Nirvana armor blasted Yuan Ling away. "Damn it!" Yuan Ling roared unwillingly. The power of karma within him grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, he was only one step away from devouring Yi Xian, but the appearance of the Nirvana armor had destroyed his hope. The darkness was boundless as killing intent surged. Just as Yuan Ling sank into extreme unwillingness, Yi Xian slowly stood up. His entire sea of consciousness rumbled as the heaven-destroying halberd that had fallen to the ground returned to Yi Xian's hand. "I'll take your life." Yi Xian wore the Nirvana armor and pointed the heaven-destroying halberd at Yuan Ling. He took a step forward and roared like an ancient beast. He instantly appeared beside Yuan Ling and stabbed the halberd towards his forehead. "You're still too inexperienced." Yuan Ling roared violently. He slammed a great technique from his hand, which landed heavily on the heaven-destroying halberd. And in terms of cultivation alone, Yi Xian and the origin spirit should be on par. However, the karma between the origin spirit and Yi Xian was extremely deep, so it naturally suppressed Yi Xian. But now that the 2 treasures were on Yi Xian's body, he was finally able to use his own cultivation to fight to the death with the origin spirit. "Damn it!" Yuan Ling roared in disbelief. The duck in his hand had flown away. He simply could not accept this. Under the support of the power of karma, he madly used the undying art to attack Yi Xian, hoping to suppress Yi Xian. Kill! The heavenly punishing halberd was buzzing, boundless killing intent was roiling, and the Nirvana battle armor was flickering with black lightning. The power of Nirvana released by the 2 divine objects exploded out with a loud bang. Yi Xian brandished his halberd and violently charged towards the origin spirit, causing the 2 of them to fight. Dang, dang, dang. It was as if metal was clashing, as if mountains and rivers were collapsing. When Yi Xian and his elemental spirit fought intensely, the entire space within his sea of consciousness became unstable. After an unknown period of time, perhaps a day, perhaps a year, perhaps even 10,000 years, Yuan Ling let out an unwilling roar. He actually transformed into a roiling black mist and retreated from Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the outside world, at the peak of Mount Han, a black lotus bloomed in the void. Yi Xian's body, which seemed to be forged from glass, sat cross-legged on it. For millions of li, the sky was dark and boundless, and the furious roars of gods and demons could be heard from the void. Buzz! The void took shape, and Qi became chaotic. A wisp of black mist drifted out from Yi Xian's forehead and then rapidly transformed into Yuan Ling. He hatefully glared at Yi Xian, and then without any hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished without a single word. At the same time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. At first, his eyes were blank, but then they gradually focused. A wisp of black lightning flickered in his eyes, and his pitch-black pupils seemed to revolve like the great stars of the world. Wherever his gaze passed, all things in the world began to distort irregularly. Gotcha. Suddenly, a myriad of kilometers of space collapsed abruptly, and it directly transformed into a boundless expanse of vacuum. The vast and continuous mountains transformed into ash, the rivers, lakes, and seas transformed into smoke, and the entire heavens and the earth became extremely illusory. It was like a dream that was about to be obliterated. This is the power that comes from passing the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao. The black lotus bloomed, and the world vanished. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on it. He dazedly raised his palms and stared at them, and then suddenly clenched them. A terrifying explosion of air came from between his fingers, and he actually crushed the space in his hands. A terrifying spatial fissure flashed by, proving just how terrifying Yi Xian's current strength was. Silence, speechlessness, silence. At this moment, Yi Xian did not speak or move. His eyes were closed once more, as if he was calmly sensing his current cultivation. He did not even react to Yuan Ling's departure. The stars moved, the sun and moon alternated, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yi Xian once more opened his eyes. Whoosh! A stream of turbid air came out of his mouth, and the black lotus beneath him slowly dissipated. The black light that wrapped around Yi Xian's body also disappeared. Returning to one's natural state, extremely ordinary. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they would definitely treat Yi Xian as a mortal, and would definitely not think that Yi Xian had any cultivation in his body. If Yi Xian was said to be showing off his abilities in the past, then he was now extremely reserved, as if he was a mortal, and there was not even a hint of a fierce aura. The great Tao was simple, and returning to one's natural state. When Yi Xian stabilized his cultivation of the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao, all of his cultivation was extremely reserved, and even a saint would not be able to see the depth of his cultivation. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a calm volcano. He looked ordinary, but he contained terrifying magma and flames. When this volcano erupted, even the heavens and earth would change color. What is the meaning of becoming a saint? Yi Xian looked up at the sky and asked himself. A bright smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His smile was slightly sarcastic, as if he had understood a truth at this moment. Yuan Ling was right about one thing. They are just false saints. They are really just a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Looking at the sky without saying a word, and hearing the earth move without being shocked, Yi Xian let out a long sigh. There was an extraordinary temperament that appeared, and at a glance, people would feel great awe. The so-called becoming a saint through virtue was just a joke in Yi Xian's eyes, a big joke. At this moment, Yi Xian was not a saint. If one were to measure him accurately, he was just a sage-to-be. The mysterious black saint power was circulating in his body, and he had condensed the indestructible demon body. His cultivation was comparable to the 7 great saints of the world. Chapter 889. However, Yi Xian knew very well that he had yet to become a sage. There were no worldly phenomena that appeared, much less the beautiful scenery of a golden lotus descending from the sky. There were also no blessings from the heavenly Tao. It was ordinary and unremarkable. Compared to the beautiful scenery when Buddha became a sage, Yi Xian's transcendence of the heavenly Tao's 3 tribulations appeared ordinary. Apart from the boundless darkness of the world he was in, there were no fluctuations in the 3 realms. No one knew that Yi Xian's cultivation level was already comparable to a sage's. He was no longer the person who was bullied by sages in the past. However, the seemingly calm surface was actually Yi Xian's comprehension of the world. He could completely sense that there was a barrier above his head, an extremely sturdy barrier. The circulating heavenly Tao laws were constantly suppressing him. They were hostile towards him, but there was also a hint of fear. The heavenly Tao feared him. These words suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's consciousness. This made Yi Xian smile faintly. Then, he looked up at the sky. It was unknown what he was looking at. Ka-cha. Yi Xian slowly raised his palm as black lightning flickered in his palm. A destructive force suddenly erupted from his body. Yi Xian struck out at the sky with his palm. Immediately, hundreds of millions of kilometers of the world turned into darkness. It was as though the palm was about to pierce through the world and reveal some mysterious scenes in the chaos. But at the same time, the heavenly Tao laws circulated. The black lightning that Yi Xian struck out silently dissipated. In the end, it failed to break the heavenly Tao laws. The black lightning dissipated from the world. The heavenly Tao is a cage. The great Tao is incomplete. The divine secrets are not revealed. All things are ignorant. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly smiled. No one knew what he had discovered, but his smile was extremely mocking. Clearly, after transcending the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao, Yi Xian's horizons had undergone a drastic change. Time passed as the years changed. Yi Xian stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He stood there for 3,000 years, as if he was meditating and sensing the changes in his body and the world around him. When 3,000 years had passed, Yi Xian finally moved. He slowly stretched out his arms. Although there was no terrifying aura, the heavens and earth within billions of miles shook violently as he moved, as if they were about to collapse. The power of karma is truly terrifying. This Yuan Ling is my natural nemesis. If it weren't for the Nirvana armor and Heavenfall halberd, my cultivation base would probably have fallen to Yuan Ling. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Even when he recalled his battle with Yuan Ling, he still felt a lingering fear. The two of them fought fiercely in the spiritual sea, but neither of them could do anything to the other. In the end, Yuan Ling left the spiritual sea and disappeared once again. Yi Xian did not pursue Yuan Ling because he knew very well that even if he caught up to Yuan Ling, there would be no conclusion between the two of them. He could not kill Yuan Ling, and Yuan Ling could not kill him at this moment. Furthermore, Yi Xian had never forgotten what his future self had said to him. If he wanted to save the life of the Moon Fairy, then Yuan Ling could not die. Although Yuan Ling was his greatest threat and Yi Xian wanted nothing more than to kill him as soon as possible, there was nothing he could do right now. Moreover, he had already passed the 3 trials of the heavenly way. There were many things he needed to do, so he could not keep fighting with Yuan Ling. Most importantly, Yi Xian had a feeling that even though Yuan Ling was madly fighting him, he seemed to be hiding something. Whether it was his true body or his use of spells, Yuan Ling had been using the immortal scripture the entire time. He had not used any other spells at all. Furthermore, the karmic power on Yuan Ling's body was too dense. It naturally suppressed him. Although the heaven-destroying halberd and the Nirvana battle armor helped him block the karmic power on Yuan Ling's body, if the battle continued for a long time, it would only exhaust his cultivation. It was even more likely that he would be devoured by the Nirvana battle armor. The heaven-destroying halberd was fine. It had recognized Yi Xian as its master when he was young. However, the Nirvana battle armor was different. When Yi Xian obtained this treasure, the Nirvana battle armor did not recognize him as its master at all. If he had not passed the 3 trials of the heavenly way and could barely wear this battle armor, he would probably have died at the hands of Yuan Ling. The Nirvana battle armor was too heavy. Even though Yi Xian had passed the 3 trials of the heavenly way and had a cultivation comparable to a saint, he could not wear the Nirvana battle armor for a long time in battle. This was a huge burden to him and would greatly exhaust the saint force in his body. However, the benefits were obvious. The Nirvana battle armor was indeed terrifying. Even the power of karma was blocked outside, and it could be said to be invulnerable. Yi Xian had a premonition that if he wore the Nirvana battle armor and allowed the 7 saints to attack him together, they would definitely not cause any damage to him. Phew! Yi Xian let out another breath of turbid air and dispersed the thoughts in his mind. He had experienced too many dangers during the 3 trials of the heavenly way and had almost lost his life. He had also fought endlessly with Yuan Ling in his sea of consciousness. He did not know how much time had passed in the outside world. Dong! 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 Yi Xian's 5 fingers moved as he quickly calculated. The laws of heaven and earth hummed as the void rumbled. After 3 breaths of time, Yi Xian's expression changed as he frowned. 30,000 years have passed. Yi Xian cried out in surprise. He never thought that the battle between him and his origin spirit in his sea of consciousness would actually take a full 30,000 years. Oh no! Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his head as a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. 30,000 years was not a long time for him, but it was definitely not short either. However, too many things could happen in 30,000 years. After all, Hudu had become the 7th saint. Nuwa and Yuanchi would no longer have any misgivings towards him. They were even certain that Yi Xian would not become a saint. However, Yi Xian did not forget that Yi Yaoyue had once told him that Nuwa had used the stately painting to suppress the 33 layers of the celestial court. She wanted to wipe out everyone in the celestial court. 30,000 years was enough for Nuwa to be ruthless towards Yi Xian's people. Mount Buzhou. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not reveal his presence, but when he took a step forward, a spatial crack appeared. Yi Xian stepped into it and disappeared from the world. Terrifying, too terrifying. When Yi Xian overcame the 3rd tribulation of the heavenly Tao, the methods he displayed were completely different from before. This was a true metamorphosis and an earth-shattering improvement. So close yet worlds apart. Traversing through space. This was a method that only saints could use. However, Yi Xian had used it. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely be horrified to the extreme. They would not dare to believe their eyes. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. When Yi Xian had disappeared for 30,000 years, when everyone thought that he would never dare to appear in the 3 realms again, no one would have thought that Yi Xian would reappear in the world. He would even let everyone in the world know what kind of terrifying existence Yi Tiandi, who had been suppressed by a saint in the past, was. Chapter 890. The low earth becomes the ocean, the low man becomes the king. The sage is nameless, the great invisible. The eagle stands as if asleep, the tiger walks as if sick. Expensive but not conspicuous, magnificent but not flashy. Talented but not boastful, high position but not arrogant. Concealing one's strength and biding one's time. The great Tao was simple, returning to its natural state. This was Yi Xian's current state. There was no pressure from the saints, nor was there an aura that made all living beings in the celestial capital fear him. Yi Xian was strolling through the vast universe. So close yet worlds apart, traversing through space. This was a technique only a saint could use. However, this technique had quietly appeared on Yi Xian. Although he was not a saint, he had unknowingly displayed a technique only a saint could use. This formless technique and Tao was the most terrifying. With a single thought, everything in the world would be in his heart. With a single thought, everything in the world would be reduced to dust. With every step Yi Xian took, he would appear in a new world. Everything was silent, and the laws of the world were suppressed. This was not Yi Xian's intention. His technique and Tao were too terrifying. Unknowingly, it had a great impact on the world he was in. The heavenly Tao's 3 tribulations was to prove one's Tao through strength. To be precise, Yi Xian had not yet become a saint. He only had the same cultivation level as the 7 saints. He did not have the heavenly Tao's blessing, nor was he known by all living beings. He was not like the Huda Earth saint, where flowers rained down from the sky and sweet springs gushed from the earth. Everyone in the three realms knew about it, and the saints of various orthodoxies came to congratulate him. Yi Xian was like a volcano. He looked ordinary and harmless, but no one knew what kind of destructive power was contained in Yi Xian's body. When this volcano erupted, it would cause terrible consequences for the three realms. If there was a difference between Yi Xian and the seven saints, it would be their so-called potential. The seven saints had reached their end. They could only submit to the heavenly Tao for the rest of their lives. There was no possibility for their cultivation to improve. However, Yi Xian was different. He had only passed the heavenly Tao's 3 tribulations. There were still 6 more tribulations waiting for him, until he surpassed the heavenly Tao and became the saint of all saints. There were 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, and each tribulation represented life and death. Every time he was pushed to the brink of death, it was a process of shedding his cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. It would also allow Yi Xian's cultivation to undergo an extremely terrifying increase. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. To transcend the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and become the saint of all saints, Yi Xian's path had just begun. However, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. He wanted to temporarily put aside the matter of cultivation. He wanted to seek out the kindness and enmity of the past. He also wanted to find some people to settle some things. Yi Xian's principle had always been to repay kindness and avenge enmity. When he possessed a cultivation comparable to that of a saint, it was also the time when he could sweep through the entire universe. Yi Xian flew through the sky without any ripples. The boundless world flitted past behind him, and the so-called laws of heaven and earth were being annihilated inch by inch. This proved that within his seemingly calm body, a terrifying power was being nurtured. The world was in an uproar, and the 3 realms were shaken. Too many shocking events had happened in the past 100,000 years, bringing unimaginable changes to the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. The birth of the liches, the strife between the Chan and Jia dynasties, the shocking battle between the 2 celestial courts, the birth of a saint, and even the descent of a heavenly tribulation. The 3 realms were in endless turmoil, and tens of thousands of souls were in mourning. In the 30,000 years after Buddha became a saint, the power structure of the 3 realms was broken. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. This sentence could be used to describe the Magi. Ever since Buddha became a saint, the Magi rose to power. They vaguely resembled the number 1 orthodoxy in the 3 realms, causing the various factions to be extremely wary of them. She controlled the cycle of reincarnation and controlled life and death. Hutu was given the title of Mother Earth, and was also known as Goddess Hutu. She established the Hutu Palace outside the 33 heavens, and was officially known as the 7th saint of the world. The Hutu Palace also became the sacred ground in the hearts of the Magi. Since ancient times, the Magi had been blessed by the heavens. Although they did not have essence souls, their bodies were extremely powerful. They far surpassed immortals and demons in the same realm. Now that Hutu had become a saint, the Magi naturally rose in status. The ancient demon court was the most affected. It could be said that they were completely suppressed by the Magi. Everyone knew that the great Magi-demon war had begun, and both races had suffered heavy casualties. They had also formed an irreconcilable feud. Now that the Magi had gained power, how could they let the demons off? Moreover, one should not forget that the ancient demon court and the 33 heaven celestial court had engaged in an earth-shattering battle in the past. The 2 celestial courts had activated the heaven and earth arrays. Not only had they caused a boundless calamity to the 3 realms, but both sides had also suffered heavy casualties. Half of the ancient demons had died, and the 2 demon thearchs had also suffered heavy injuries. The ones who benefited the most were the Magi. The conflict between the Magi and the demons arose again. However, this time, the demons were continuously injured. From time to time, one could see the Magi chasing after the demons. That was only one of them. The Chan school and Jia school were also fighting endlessly. The Western sect was also taking advantage of the situation, causing the three realms to become more and more turbulent. The two demon thearchs of the ancient demon court saw the suppression and killing of the Magi. This made the two demon thearchs extremely furious, but they did not have a way to resist the Magi. That was because the current Magi were too terrifying. Not only did they have a saint behind them, but they also had several ancestral Magi and countless ancient Magi and grand Magi. Although the Magi were few in number, they were all extremely powerful existences. Logically speaking, the Magi had the saint of the earth behind them, but the demon clan also had Nuwa. The two demon thearchs naturally could not watch the demon clan be suppressed by the Magi. They even personally went to the Nuwa palace, hoping that Nuwa could help the demon clan survive this calamity on account of the fact that they were both demons. Unfortunately, the two demon thearchs did not even enter the Nuwa palace and were directly rejected. Clearly, Nuwa did not want to participate in the battle between the Magi and the demon clan. Clearly, the two demon thearchs had been able to invite Nuwa in the past because Nuwa owed them a favor for becoming saints. However, this favor had been repaid, so she naturally would not interfere in the demon clan's business now. From this, it could be seen that Nuwa was extremely cold. The two demon thearchs were angry at Nuwa, but they could only retreat from the Nuwa palace and return to the ancient demon court to issue a decree, telling the demon clan not to fight with the Magi anymore. When they saw the Magi, they had to retreat. The two demon thearchs were even more disheartened and rarely walked out of the ancient demon court. On the other hand, the Magi were different. Hutu was one of the 12 ancestral Magi of the ancient times. She had experienced the great war of the Magi and the demon clan back then. She had deep feelings for the Magi and stood firmly behind the Magi. This also made the Magi more powerful. Hutu had just become a saint and was the seventh saint. The other saints wanted to rope in this new saint, so they naturally turned a blind eye to the Magi. This was also the reason why Nuwa did not want to stand up for the demon clan. Because if Nuwa really stood up for the demon clan, this battle between the Magi would develop into a battle between her and Hutu. This was not the result that Nuwa wanted to see. Chapter 891. 30,000 years later, a shocking piece of news spread across the three realms. Mending the heavens. It was a simple word, but it carried an extremely heavy meaning. Empress Hutu had issued a decree outside the 33rd heaven, summoning the various powers to the Hutu palace to discuss mending the heavens. She had even personally invited the saints to the Hutu palace. When this news spread across the three realms, it immediately attracted the attention of all living beings. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Hutu palace. In the past, the battle between the two celestial court had pierced through the heavens. Stars had fallen to the ground, and astral winds from the 9 heavens had poured down. It had brought an unimaginable calamity to all living beings. It could be said that all living beings had been plunged into misery and suffering. Even though the various powers had sealed the shattered sky, it was only a temporary measure. Only by mending the heavens would the calamity of the heavens and the earth be quelled. This was a great matter that was related to all the living beings in the 3 dimensions, and every single one of them was duty-bound. Empress Hutu was the new saint, and her title was Mother Earth. She naturally had to set an example, which was why the heaven-mending banquet was held. Since Empress Hutu had personally invited them, the saints naturally had to give her face and attend the heaven-mending banquet. A large number of pre-saints also headed to the Hutu palace outside the 33rd heaven to participate in the heaven-mending banquet. Mending the heavens was a great merit, and it was also one of the merits that allowed Nuwa to become a saint. Everyone had their own selfish motives. If they could share some of the merit from mending the heavens, their cultivation would naturally soar. 100 years later, the heaven-mending banquet was held in the Hutu palace. This banquet was extremely vast, and could be said to be one of the few banquets since the creation of the world. Naturally, all the powers came to witness the heaven-mending banquet. However, the stories and legends of Yi Xian had long been forgotten by the people of the world. This was because Empress Hudu had already become a saint, and no more saints would appear in the world. No one would remember Yi Xian's existence if he could not become a saint. Outside the Northwest Sea, in a corner of the great wilderness, there was a mountain that did not fit. It was called Buzhou. It was an ancient legend. There was a pillar that supported the heavens in the world, and it was called Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was a pillar that supported the sky, and was also known as the first divine mountain in the untainted land. However, in the ancient times, during the Great War between Zhurong and Gonggong, ancestor Magus Gonggong knocked down Mount Buzhou in a fit of rage, causing the mountain to collapse. Since then, Mount Buzhou had been buried in the dust of history. Woo woo woo. Violent winds blew across the heavens and the earth, and the waves overturned the sky. At the extreme end of the Northwest Sea, the water and the sky met, making it impossible to see the end. The rolling waves that overturned the sky poured into the sky, and a vast shadow floated on the surface of the sea. Rumble. The heavens fell and the earth cracked, the mountains roared and the seas roared. The vast shadow in the northwestern extreme sea shook violently. A sky-covering matrix lay across the sky, emitting a terrifying saintly might, as if it wanted to turn the behemoth in the sea into ashes. Whine. Chaotic divine light shot up from the sea into the sky, turning into a sky-covering light curtain to resist the saintly might. It also shook the heavens and the earth for hundreds of millions of miles. The surrounding space was faintly cracking, and the angry roars of immortals and demons could be faintly heard. The vast shadow on the surface of the sea rose and fell, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that it was a vast and boundless mountain. It sat on the surface of the sea that was billions of miles long, and there were a large number of silhouettes flickering in and out of the mountain. Mount Buzhou. This was the collapsed Mount Buzhou in the past, and the sky-covering matrix in the sky was Nuwa's connate spiritual treasure, the mountain river map. Sealing the heavens and trapping the earth, obliterating one side. The mountain river map was Nuwa's connate spiritual treasure, and contained her saintly might. This treasure had completely trapped the collapsed Mount Buzhou, and was going to completely refine the mountain into ashes, scattering the souls of all living beings hiding in the mountain. In the vast collapsed mountain, a formation of heaven and earth glowed, emitting chaotic divine light to resist the destruction of the mountain river map. The formation of heaven and earth was filled with densely packed figures. They were the remnants of the 33rd layer of the celestial court. 100 years, the formation of heaven and earth can only last for 100 years at most. The Kun Pengzin and Yang Qi bloomed violently. He formed a seal with both hands and poured his cultivation into the formation of heaven and earth as he roared coldly. Hold on a little longer, I believe the celestial emperor will return sooner or later. The five-colored divine light of Kong Xian shook the heavens and earth. He was stabilizing the formation of heaven and earth, and also cheering on the remnants of the celestial court. However, his eyes were extremely dim, and he was obviously not as calm as he appeared. Nuwa, that bitch. She can kill us if she wants. Why must she use the mountain river map to obliterate us? The sky-swallowing toad's eyes widened in anger, and curses came from its mouth. What do you know? Nuwa is high and mighty, and she's a saint. She can't wait to kill Yi Tiandi, and she hates us for following Yi Tiandi to the extreme. However, if she personally kills us, I'm afraid it's not in line with her status. Won't others laugh at her for bullying the weak? The Green Fox King sneered. Alright, stop talking. Save some strength to support the formation. We don't have many elixirs left, and the formation of heaven and earth can last for another 100 years. We must create time for Lao Jun to refine elixirs to restore our cultivation. The Empyrean fairy was wearing a black palace gauze. After tens of thousands of years, she was no longer as noble and aloof as she used to be. Instead, she looked valiant and valiant. She was commanding the celestial court to support the formation of heaven and earth. Give me 100 years, and this furnace of 9 transformations golden elixirs will be completed. By then, with the help of the elixirs, we will be able to last for another 10,000 years. Taishan Laojun sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was burning fiercely, and the fragrance of elixirs drifted out. However, Taishan Laojun's face was pale. Obviously, he had been refining elixirs for tens of thousands of years, and had become the only supplier of the celestial court. It was also thanks to Taishan Laojun refining elixirs day and night. Without his elixirs, the celestial court would not have been able to hold on until now. However, tens of thousands of years had passed, and he was beginning to feel exhausted. He did not know if he could hold on for another 100 years. You have all worked hard. Suddenly, a soft sigh came from the void. An ordinary figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the formation of heaven and earth. This figure was like a thunderbolt from the sky, and it shocked everyone present. Even the formation of heaven and earth stopped operating at this moment. He was dressed in black, and his black hair was scattered behind his head. His eyes were like bright stars. A breeze blew, causing his hair to flutter in the wind, and the hem of his clothes rustled. Although there was no terrifying aura around him, just a smile at the corner of his mouth was enough to make the celestial court tremble. They even let out a tsunami of cheers. Celestial Emperor. Brother Yi. Husband. Husband. Welcome back, Celestial Emperor. The mountains and rivers exploded, and the sky shook. When a few trembling voices were heard, it was followed by the excited voices of the celestial court. The entire formation of heaven and earth collapsed because of their excitement, and the holy light from the mountain river map in the sky was also coming towards them. However, in the face of the terrifying annihilation of the mountain and river map, everyone seemed to have forgotten about it. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in a daze, as if this gaze contained endless waiting. However, they weren't disappointed in the end. The person they were waiting for had finally returned. 10,000 years in a glance, and the dream was in vain. Time seemed to have stagnated, and space seemed to have frozen. In everyone's eyes, only Yi Xian's smile remained. There was no room for anything else in their eyes. Chapter 892. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and holy light fell. The wisp of St. Chi bloomed on the mountain river map, and the golden light that covered the sky drowned out the entire 33 layers of the celestial court. Quickly set up the formation. Taishan Laojun was the first to recover from his shock, and he spoke anxiously. Although Yi Xian's return had made everyone extremely excited, the threat of the mountain river map had not been eliminated. Humph. Suddenly, before the celestial court could activate the chaotic heaven terminating formation again, a cold snort suddenly sounded. What happened next stunned the celestial court members on the spot. Their eyes were already frozen, and they could not believe what had happened in front of them. What did they see? Yi Xian was looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back. His black hair fell behind his head, and there was no terrifying aura around him. However, just a cold snort from his mouth made the entire world come to a standstill. Yes, that's right, it came to a standstill. This standstill was not the standstill of time, nor was it the solidification of space. It was a kind of suppression of momentum. What was momentum? This was an indescribable thing. It was as if a saint had the pressure of a saint, and the force that Yi Xian emitted wasn't the pressure of a saint. However, it contained his laws and Tao, and everything in the world was suppressed by his force. The mountain river map, which had been spinning wildly, came to a standstill. The obliterating holy light that poured down froze, and even the Dharma of heaven and earth was suppressed. Wu! With a flick of his finger, the holy light shattered. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Yi Xian flicked his finger toward the sky. The destructive black light seemed to have penetrated the two worlds, and the golden holy light that filled the sky dissipated. Come. The sound was like heaven and earth, and all living things were dormant. Yi Xian stretched out his 5 fingers. He didn't display any earth-shattering might, nor did he release an aura that could shatter mountains and rivers. However, the mountain-river map in the sky shook with a loud bang, and actually transformed into a 3-inch long formation diagram that fell down, steadily landing in Yi Xian's palm. The world was clear, and the sun shone down. Yi Xian's lips curved into a smile. He calmly dragged the mountain-river map, as if everything that had happened before was an illusion. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. When this scene appeared, the 33 layers of the celestial court was silent, and only heavy breathing could be heard. All eyes were focused on Yi Xian. Celestial. Celestial Emperor. You have become a saint? Kuan-Peng asked in a trembling voice. This was not only the question in Kuan-Peng's heart, but also everyone's question. The mountain-river map was Niuwa's spiritual treasure, and it contained the qi of a saint. In the 3 realms, those who could resist the spiritual treasure of a saint must also be a saint. Yi Xian casually took away the mountain and river map. How could this not shock the members of the heavenly court to the extreme? At the same time, outside the 33 layers of heaven, Niuwa Palace. Niuwa suddenly opened her eyes, and the heavenly holy light that surrounded her suddenly became chaotic. She frowned because she had lost contact with the mountain-river map. Who broke the mountain-river map? Niuwa's voice was cold, and her face was slightly gloomy. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. Tong Tian, that Yi Xian has already become a stray dog, but you still want to protect his subordinate. You really don't know when to stop, Niuwa whispered coldly, and her words were slightly angry. As one of the 7 saints, Niuwa knew very well that only the other 6 saints could break her mountain-river map. Among them, only Tong Tian had a close relationship with Yi Xian. Obviously, it was done by him. Humph. Niuwa frowned and snorted coldly, Tong Tian, I didn't want to personally kill these ants, but now that you've interfered, don't blame me for personally killing these remnants of the celestial court. Niuwa suddenly stood up, and the heavenly holy light blazed. Obviously, she was about to leave Niuwa Palace and go to Mount Buzhou. However, before she could do anything, the old woman beside her hurriedly stopped her. Your Highness, how can you lower yourself to kill these remnants of the celestial court? The Lady Hudu has sent an invitation to mend the heavens. This is the most important thing. Niuwa held her breath when she heard the old woman's words. Then, she nodded and sat down again. Just as the old woman said, these were just some remnants of the celestial court. If she, a saint, personally killed them, it would indeed be a loss of her demeanor as a saint. That's fine. Once the Heaven Mender festival is over, it won't be too late to deal with these remnants of the celestial court, Niuwa said indifferently. Your Highness, the jade carriage is ready. You should leave for Huda Palace. A maid's voice came from outside Niuwa Palace. A golden jade carriage floated in the starry sky. Clearly, there were only 100 years left until the Heaven Mender festival. Niuwa also had to go to Huda Palace first. After all, she and Hudu were the only saints among the saints. The 2 saints naturally had to be close. Perhaps some people would ask, back in the underworld, when Niuwa and Huda fought, weren't they enemies? The answer was no. Everyone below the saint realm was an ant. This was not just a saying, but an ironclad fact. Back then, the 2 fought because of Yi Xian. Niuwa wanted to kill Yi Xian, which was a bad karma. Hudu wanted to protect Yi Xian because she owed Yi Xian a favor for becoming a saint. There was no enmity between the 2, so they naturally wouldn't oppose each other over Yi Xian. Niuwa wanted to befriend Hudu. Hudu had just become a saint, so she naturally wanted to befriend other saints. Moreover, they were both women, so they naturally had to be closer. After all, the saints were divided into several factions. The strongest were naturally the three pure ones. Although Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't get along, the three pure ones were formed by Pangu's soul. Moreover, above the two saints was Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu. The other saints naturally couldn't compare to the three pure ones. The remaining side was the two saints of the West, so there was no need to mention Zhuan Ti. Only the two of them were guarding alone. Furthermore, because the two of them were women, they naturally had to get closer. If they joined forces, it would be considered a mutually beneficial matter. After all, saints weren't that harmonious. Everyone was thinking about their own interests. Saints. Saints. In the end, they couldn't be separated from the word human. The world was bustling for benefits, and the world was bustling for benefits. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Even saints were no exception. They also had their own selfish motives. The saints moved out in a majestic manner. Surging heavenly Tao holy light paved the starry sky great Tao, revealing the majesty of the heavenly Tao that saints had. A golden jade carriage carried Nuwa towards Huda Palace. At the same time, saints from other saints' Tao arenas also moved out. The various major factions in the three realms also gathered at Huda Palace. For a moment, the three realms became extremely lively. Chapter 893. Become a Saint. Yi Xian muttered to himself as a self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Then, he looked around at the celestial court and said in an inexplicable voice, "In my eyes, the so-called path to becoming a saint has only just begun. However, if I'm only compared to the 7 great saints, I should be considered a saint, right?" As Yi Xian finished speaking, the members of the celestial court were bewildered. Some of them did not understand what Yi Xian was saying, but Taishang Laojuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely shocked expression. Could it be that you've really walked on the path of using strength to prove your Tao?" Taishang Laojun asked carefully. If one listened carefully, they would notice that his voice was trembling. Yi Xian did not nod or shake his head in response to Taishang Laojuan's question. He had a smile on his face, but it gave people an unfathomable feeling. "Brother Yi, you only need to tell us if you can defeat Nuwa now?" Kong Xian asked seriously. "I haven't tried, so I don't know." Yi Xian did not evade Kong Xian's question and answered it truthfully. "Ha, good." Kong Xian clapped his hands and laughed. He knew Yi Xian very well. Since Yi Xian could say this, it proved that Yi Xian's current cultivation was definitely not inferior to Nuwa's. Based on his understanding of Yi Xian, even Nuwa would not be a match for Yi Xian. "Alright, the Celestial Emperor has returned today. It's a joyous day for the Celestial Court. Let's talk inside the Celestial Court." The Empyrean Fairy's face was filled with joy and she finally spoke. She came to Yi Xian's side and grabbed his arm tightly as they walked towards the original location of the Lingxiao Hall. "Yes, Your Highness." The members of the Celestial Court cheered and followed Yi Xian and the Empyrean Fairy into the interior of the Celestial Court. Occasionally, laughter could be heard. Yi Xian strolled back to the Celestial Court. Along the way, Yi Xian could see the 33rd Celestial Court. Since the battle between the two celestial courts in the past, the originally vast 33rd Celestial Court could be said to be in tatters. Even the former Lingxiao Hall had been reduced to rubble. At this moment, the Celestial Court could be said to have withered to the extreme. There were only 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals, and less than 3,000 Daoyuo Jingxian. Although there were tens of thousands of immortals, compared to the former Celestial Court, its strength had fallen to rock bottom. That battle was too tragic. Countless people died in that battle. Even quasi-saints like Kong Xian were seriously injured and dying. If Yi Yaoyue had not brought back the 1,000 Buddha golden elixir to heal the quasi-saints, the present celestial court might have been destroyed by the mountain river map. One step at a time. The once beautiful scenery of the 33rd celestial court could no longer be seen. The floating immortal islands of the past had been reduced to rubble, and even the southern heavenly gate had collapsed. When Yi Xian and the members of the celestial court arrived at the Lingxiao Hall, all they saw was rubble. It was a scene of decay. The people of the celestial court, who had been talking and laughing, gradually became gloomy. An extremely oppressive and sorrowful feeling grew out of nowhere. Don't worry, my husband. Although the 33rd celestial court was severely damaged in that battle, the most important peach garden is still intact. Now that my husband is back, we can rebuild the celestial court, the Empyrean fairy consoled. I implore the celestial emperor to lead us to seek justice from that Nuwa. The sky-swallowing toad roared hatefully. The dozens of demon kings behind him echoed his words and pleaded with Yi Xian together. Celestial emperor, please understand. The Chan sect is a hypocrite and has repeatedly persecuted the people of the celestial court. I can be the vanguard general and lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to slaughter the Chan sect. Yi Xian was dressed in red. He held the fire-tipped spear in his hand, and his body was wrapped in the red sky silk. Rolling immortal light and evil aura soared into the sky. He bowed to Yi Xian and requested to fight. In the past, Yi Xian saved Neza when he was being hunted down by the Chan sect. Since then, he had followed Yi Xian. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the grand heavenly realm. He could not be compared to the past. His hatred for the Chan sect also made him request to fight with Yi Xian. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. A large number of celestial court troops requested to fight with Yi Xian. They had been struggling at death's door in Mount Buzhou for tens of thousands of years. They had accumulated too much anger and resentment in their hearts. When Yi Xian returned, their anger and resentment completely erupted. They could not wait to kill their way out of Mount Buzhou and settle the karma of the past. Looking at the crimson eyes of the celestial court troops, Yi Xian could completely understand their intentions. He nodded slightly and said, "The karma of the past will be settled today. None of them can escape. I will lead you to kill them all. But before that, we have to rebuild the celestial court." On this day, earth-shattering changes took place in Mount Buzhou. Immortal light and demonic aura crisscrossed the 33 layers of the celestial court. There were also boundless arts that moved mountains and seas. The 33 layers of the celestial court were rebuilt under the joint efforts of the celestial court troops and restored to its former grandeur. Celestial light sprinkled down, and demonic light crisscrossed. Celestial islands appeared one after another, and the shattered heavens were being repaired. Palaces were rising from the ground, and the immortal grass and spirit flowers were growing rapidly under the nourishment of the golden rain. In just 3 years, the 33 layers of the celestial court were rebuilt. The collapsed southern heavenly gate stood tall once again. A large number of immortals and demon kings traversed the 33 layers of the celestial court. They also set up the Chaos Empyrean formation according to Yi Xian's instructions. The 33 layers of the celestial court were as impenetrable as an iron bucket. The Celestial Emperor Palace. The Lingxiao Palace of the past no longer existed. It had changed its name. This also meant a new beginning. Within the Celestial Emperor Palace, Yi Xian sat on the throne of the Celestial Emperor, accompanied by the Empyrean fairy. A few demi-saints stood on either side of him. The rest of the immortals and demon kings filled the entire Celestial Emperor Palace. All of them looked at Yi Xian with burning eyes. Report. The all-seeing eyes and the clairaudient rushed into the Celestial Emperor Palace and bowed to Yi Xian. "Celestial Emperor, the heaven-mending grand banquet will be held in the Earth Empress Palace in 100 years. As the all-seeing eyes and the clairaudient reported, Yi Xian and the celestial court troops listened attentively. They could only feel an oppressive yet fiery aura rising in the Celestial Emperor Palace. You may leave. As the two finished, Yi Xian gestured for them to leave. A smile appeared on his lips as he murmured, mending the heavens. Interesting, interesting. What are you going to use to mend the heavens? Yi Xian smiled disdainfully. His eyes were slightly dazed at this moment. As he flipped his palm, a 5-colored sacred stone appeared. 5-colored sacred stone. When Yi Xian took out the 5-colored divine stone, the Kun Peng cried out in surprise, causing the expressions of everyone in the heavenly court to change. No one thought that Yi Xian would actually possess a divine object like the 5-colored divine stone. Nuwa, oh Nuwa, I wonder how you will look when I appear in front of you. Yi Xian played with the 5-colored sacred stone in his hand. His voice was gloomy and cold, with a hint of killing intent. Yi Xian stood up from the throne of the celestial court. He looked around at the troops of the celestial court and said in a low voice, "Pass down my decree. Gather the 1,000,000 troops of the celestial court and go to the Earth Empress Palace." Chapter 894. Wait. Suddenly, the Empyrean fairy looked at Yi Xian and said worriedly, "Husband, all the orthodoxies will be here at the Heaven Mender Festival, including the sages. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to go just like this. Your Highness is right. We are alone. If we really head to the Earth Empress Palace like this, I'm afraid we will become the target of public criticism. We should plan slowly." Taishang Laojun agreed. The Lady of Earth is one of the 12 ancient shamans. Now that she has become the 7th saint, the entire underworld is under her command. If we go to the Lady of Earth's palace directly, it will undoubtedly be challenging the Lady of Earth's dignity. We should plan this slowly, Kong Xian said calmly. The few important figures of the heavenly court spoke, causing the heavenly court's troops to calm down. The originally heaven-shaking shouts of killing also gradually stopped at this moment. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Xian. A sage? Yi Xian smiled indifferently. His eyes flickered. He knew that the Empyrean fairy and the others were thinking for him. After all, there were several sages present at the Heaven Mender Festival. No matter how strong Yi Xian was, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if the sages worked together. However, a trace of disdain flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. His cultivation was definitely not lower than the sages. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill him. However, the Empyrean fairy and the others didn't know about this. Naturally, they were worried for Yi Xian. Don't worry, I know what to do. Taishang Laojun will lead the celestial court to the Earth Palace. As for me, I will go alone and give Nuwa and Yuanshi a great gift. Yi Xian said calmly. However, the murderous glint in his eyes made the celestial court's members change their expressions. This was because whenever Yi Xian became calmer, it meant that something terrible was about to happen. Your Majesty, if you're really going to the Earth Palace first, why don't you let us follow you? We can take care of each other that way. Kun Peng said worriedly. I have something for you to do. Listen carefully. Yi Xian smiled eerily and began to give the celestial court's members a mission. What? Destroy the orthodoxy of the clan of enlightenment. When he heard the mission that Yi Xian gave him, Kong Xian's expression changed greatly. He couldn't believe his ears. Your Majesty, you want me to destroy Spiritual Mountain? Kun Peng trembled. He couldn't believe his ears. The two quasi-saints were shocked. They stared blankly at Yi Xian. They thought that Yi Xian had gone mad to ask them to do something so absurd. Don't worry. All the quasi-saints will be heading to the Earth Palace during the Skymender Festival. These saints are no exception. With your cultivation, destroying their orthodoxies will be a piece of cake. Yi Xian smiled eerily at this point. Moreover, the rising stars of these orthodoxies will naturally work with you from the inside. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly tossed out 2 jade tokens that fell into the hands of Kuan-Peng and Kong Xian. He said, "In the past, I laid down many hidden pawns in the various great orthodoxies. After tens of thousands of years, they have already grown into the cornerstones of the various great orthodoxies. With the cooperation of the two of you, you should be able to completely annihilate these orthodoxies." Without waiting for the 2 quasi-saints to reply, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Where is the demonic rock?" "Yes, your majesty." The demonic rock strode out. As a peak grand immortal, he was the strongest outside of the quasi-saints. "Take my token to the Nether Blood Sea and tell the Nether River ancestor that I, Yi Xian, have returned. I want him to unify the underworld before the end of the Skymender festival." Yi Xian casually tossed out a command medallion, causing Rock Demon to receive it in a daze. After that, he suddenly woke up and bowed towards Yi Xian to accept his orders. The celestial court was shaken by Yi Xian's incessant orders. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with trembling eyes. Clearly, Yi Xian was about to do something earth-shattering. Celestial Emperor, although the Western Sacred Mountain and the Chan sect can be destroyed, this is a sage orthodoxy. If the 2 Western sages and Yuanshi Tianzuan learn of this, I'm afraid. The Kuan-Peng's voice trembled. He couldn't finish his sentence. "You only need to do as I say. I will make my own decisions on the rest." Yi Xian calmly said. "Yes." The Kuan-Peng bowed and left with the order. "Brother Yi, could it be that you want to unify the 3 realms?" Kong Xian wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He vaguely understood what Yi Xian was thinking when he gave a series of orders to Yi Xian. "Unifying the 3 realms is something I've always wanted to do, but it's nothing to me now. I will prepare a great gift for Nuwa and the others. That's what I want to do." Yi Xian smiled strangely. Rumble. Above the firmament, in the void. The astral winds of heaven and earth howled, black lightning flashed, and thick and boundless black clouds surged. Yi Xian stood tall in the 9 heavens. His hands danced in the sky, and it was as if he was going against the heavens and earth. "Rise!" When Yi Xian stretched out his finger, the wind and clouds of the world changed. The northwest sea surged with waves, and the originally collapsed Buzhou mountain rose from the ground. The 33 layers of heavenly court surrounded Buzhou mountain, and the Buzhou mountain that connected the heavens and the earth actually reappeared in the world. Buzhou as the root, the celestial court as the foundation. Rumble. Huge waves surged and Mount Buzhou rose into the sky. The Tongtian's Mount Buzhou actually floated up from the sea. Its power to shake heaven and earth was undeniable. Dong, dong, dong. The 9 heavens war drum was beating and the thunder of slaughter was exploding. Immortal and demonic lights surged out and blotted out the sky. The clouds rolled in all directions. The 33 celestial court was completely mobilized. Kong Xian and Kuan-Peng each led 100,000 celestial soldiers to annihilate Spirit Mountain and the Chan sect. Grand Supreme Elderly Lord presided over the 33 celestial court and had 1,000,000 celestial soldiers by his side. The absolute chaos formation was activated and allowed Mount Buzhou to carry the 33 celestial court into outer space. No one knew what Yi Xian wanted to do. They were only following Yi Xian's orders because everyone in the celestial court trusted Yi Xian unconditionally. Thunderclouds swept across the firmament. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. He counted with his fingers and found that there were still 80 years before the Heavenmender conference. It would take at least 50 years for Mount Buzhou to carry the celestial court to the Earth Palace. These decades were enough for him to prepare everything. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward and the void collapsed. He instantly disappeared from the world and headed toward the 33 layers of heaven. Outside the 33 layers of heaven, meteorites stood in great numbers in the vast starry sky. Large stars rumbled and rotated according to an unchanging law. The vast sea of stars surged and rolled up huge waves. Occasionally, resplendent beams of light could be seen streaking across the starry sky. One could also see the chariots of various immortals and demons galloping through the stars. Chapter 895. There were grand magi of the Wu tribe howling in the starry sky, there were mighty figures of the demon tribe roaring and shattering the galaxy. There were also golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven and ghost immortals of the netherworld running side by side, making the vast outer space colorful. Rumble. The 8 heavenly gates opened in the vast starry sky, and 8 ancient starry sky roads opened up. Countless living beings were hurrying along the ancient starry sky roads, and everyone's face was filled with reverence and reverence. These 8 ancient astral paths led directly to the Earth Empress Palace. They were specially created by Saint Hutu to guide the various powers to the Earth Empress Palace so that they could attend the heaven-mending banquet. The boundless heaven and earth shuttled through the starry sky. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and his jet-black hair hung behind his head. He strolled through the starry sky, and with every step he took, the stars around him flickered, faintly showing signs of stagnation. So close yet worlds apart, this was a technique only saints could use. Yi Xian displayed this technique to the fullest, but he didn't follow the path to Earth Empress Palace like ordinary people. In Yi Xian's eyes, these ancient astral paths were nothing more than a joke. They were also a trick used by Hutu to mystify things. Saint-level cultivators had to show their power and prestige to make all living creatures below the level of saint respect them. Hutu had just become a saint, and these 8 ancient paths were the means of a saint. She made all living creatures on each ancient path respect her from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Xian naturally didn't care about this trick of hers. He only sensed Hutu's aura for a brief moment before crossing the spatial barrier and continuously moving towards Earth Empress Palace. The starry sky churned and vast astral winds howled. In just half an incense stick's time, a dazzling star appeared before Yi Xian's eyes. The planet was earthy yellow in color. Waves of heavenly path saintly might emanated from it. A vast palace stood on the planet. 8 ancient paths of starry sky connected the vast planet. Countless figures were moving forward on the ancient paths of starry sky. They were heading towards the Empress Palace. Hutu Palace. It was a dazzling sight. Sacred light filled the air as sacred runes intertwined in the starry sky. The bronze door was simple and heavy, exuding an ancient aura. At this moment, the front of the Earth Empress Palace was packed with figures. The ones at the front had terrifying auras. They were the leaders of the various orthodoxies. In the ancient demon court, the 2 demon emperors were Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun. At this moment, they were standing in front of the Empress Earth Palace with thousands of demons behind them. The immortal Wang of the South Pole was the leader of the Chan sect. The immortal Wang of the South Pole had not been seen for tens of thousands of years and had already become a quasi-saint. At this moment, he was leading the immortals of the Chan sect and patiently waiting for the opening of the Empress Palace. The Emperor of Fengdu led the Yamakings of the 10 palaces here in the underworld. It was clear that he had the Book of Life and Death, which allowed him to survive Yi Xian's attack. Since he was the ruler of the underworld in name, the Skymender festival naturally had to be held here. The most eye-catching one was the Sorcerer tribe. Earth Empress was the sage of the Sorcerer tribe. The Skymender festival was definitely a big event for the Sorcerer tribe. A few ancestral sorcerers stood in front, followed by many ancient sorcerers and grand sorcerers. Everyone looked proud. Humph, how dare a small demon tribe meet our sage? Ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming sneered and looked at Dong Huang Tai from the corner of his eyes. His words were full of sarcasm. Xian Ming, do you want to fight with me? Di Jun was the most hot-tempered. He looked at ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming with a cold expression. A terrifying demonic light was rising from his eyes. Obviously, he was furious. Second brother, don't be rude to ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming. Dong Huang Tai frowned and scolded Di Jun before he could do anything. Big brother. Di Jun's expression changed and then turned bitter. He let out a long sigh and did not speak. Obviously, he knew the situation of the demon tribe at this moment. Dong Huang Tai is indeed the demon emperor. You are not as good as him. Ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming sneered and did not look at the two demon emperors. Damn it. Being despised by ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming, Di Jun's eyes flashed fiercely. He wanted to tear ancestral sorcerer Xian Ming apart, but when he saw Dong Huang Tai's warning eyes, he tried his best to endure. Second brother, now the Wu tribe is powerful. We ancient demon court are no match for them. What's more, Hudu has become a sage. You and I can only endure. Don't give the Wu tribe a chance to attack us. Dong Huang Tai secretly transmitted a message to Di Jun, hoping to understand his difficulties. Big brother, Niuhua is heartless. She is a member of the demon tribe. Otherwise, how can we be suppressed by the Wu tribe? Di Jun said indignantly. You should have known that Niuhua is heartless. But you and I are the two demon emperors. We must think for the demon tribe. We must not break the inheritance of the demon tribe. Dong Huang Tai sighed. But will we always be bullied by the Wu tribe? Di Jun asked in a trembling voice. Hudu has become a sage and the Wu tribe has risen. We demon tribe have no power to reverse the situation. At worst, we ancient demon court will hide again and live in seclusion in the worldlet. But the billions of weak demon tribe in the three realms will be enslaved by the Wu tribe in the future. Dong Huang Tai sighed in despair. Since Huda became a sage, Dong Huang Tai knew that the demon tribe had reached a dead end. There was no hope for them, unless another sage appeared in the demon tribe. Only then could they compete with the Wu tribe. Unfortunately, there were only 7 sages in the world. There was no sage in the demon tribe. Although Dong Huang Tai had the Bell of Chaos, he was no match for the Huda sage of the Wu tribe. Big brother, do you think Yi Xian is alive or dead? Suddenly, Di Jun secretly transmitted a message. Hearing Di Jun's words, Dong Huang Tai was stunned. Yi Xian's voice and face flashed across his mind. He also remembered his arrogance and fearlessness in the past. Him. Dong Huang Tai smiled bitterly and sighed softly. I had always thought that he was the 7th sage. Unfortunately, it was Hudu who became a sage in the end. Even if he is still alive in this world, with the 7 sages here, he no longer has a chance. What's the point of mentioning him? Big brother, I always have a feeling that Yi Xian will never disappear. He will definitely appear again. Di Jun's voice trembled slightly. So what if he appears again? Everyone below the saint level is an ant. It's not like you don't understand this principle. Furthermore, he is an enemy of the ancient demon court. Although I admire him, we are ultimately from 2 different worlds, Dong Huang Tai said bitterly. The 2 demon emperors were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they looked depressed. All the forces kept a distance from the 2 demon emperors and smiled kindly at the ancestors of the Wu tribe. Chapter 896. There was no trace of Dharma and heaven and earth. Yi Xian quietly appeared behind the 2 demon emperors, and the 2 of them didn't notice at all. What the 2 demon emperors didn't know was that Yi Xian had completely heard their conversation, which caused Yi Xian to look at the 2 of them with a strange expression. Rumble. Suddenly, the Huda palace shone, and the bronze stone door opened with a rumble. 2 members of the shaman tribe walked out of the door, then cupped their hands and bowed to the various forces. Goddess Hudu invites everyone into the palace for a chat. As they spoke, the 2 sorcerer tribesmen opened up a path for the various orthodoxies to enter. As the palace door closed with a rumble, the crowd disappeared from the outside world. Inside the Earth Empress Palace. Life and death esoteric rotated as the heavenly Tao's sacred light filled the air. Yi Xian followed behind the two shifter emperors without being noticed by anyone. However, when Yi Xian saw Earth Empress sitting in front of him, an unfathomable look flashed across his eyes. Greetings, Heavenly Tao Saint. Greetings, Goddess Earth Empress. Earth Empress sat in the sacred light of reincarnation as wisps of sacred aura filled the air around her, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Everyone who had just entered the palace knelt down to pay their respects to Earth Empress. How dare you? Why aren't you bowing down to her? Suddenly, the boy and girl beside Earth Empress scolded. Everyone was shocked as they looked towards the source of the voice. Only then did they realize that the two shifter emperors only bowed and did not kneel down to Earth Empress. Goddess Earth Empress, both of us were born by heaven and earth. We're the emperors of the shifter tribe. Although we're not saints, we're the rulers of our tribe. We only bow to the heavenly Tao. Please forgive us, Goddess. Dong Huang Tai bowed to Earth Empress. Dong Huang Tai. Earth Empress sat in the sacred light of reincarnation. After 30,000 years, her saint heart had stabilized. Her saint cultivation base was also perfect and flawless. She had the demeanor of a heavenly Tao saint. The holy will is the will of the heavens, and the holy heart is the will of the heavens. Although I am not like Teacher Hong Jun, I am a heavenly Tao saint and can act on behalf of the heavens. Are you demons looking down on me? Hutu suddenly opened her eyes, and the light of reincarnation spread out from her eyes. Terrifying saintly might covered Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun ta. Although Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun were at the pinnacle of sage-to-be, they were still forced to take 3 steps back by the pressure of a saint. Hutu, don't push me too far. Emperor Jun roared at Hutu, his eyes as red as blood. How dare you call me by my name? Hutu's face turned cold. As she flicked her sleeve, the samsara light whizzed out and suppressed Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun spat out blood and fell to the ground. Empress Hutu, please forgive him. My second brother has a strong temperament. He didn't mean to disrespect you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Dong Huang Tai instantly stood in front of Emperor Jun, fearing that Hutu would kill Emperor Jun. During the Great War of Witch Demon Tribe, Dong Huang Tai and Emperor Jun had severely injured Hutu. It was also during that Great War of Witch Demon Tribe that Hutu escaped to the netherworld and became Mengpa. Dong Huang Tai did not forget this. This was also the reason why Dong Huang Tai had been tolerating the Wu tribe. He was afraid that Hutu would not only kill him and Emperor Jun, but also implicate the entire demon tribe. You should die for disrespecting me. Earth Empress got up slowly, and the samsara light bloomed around her. Although she had become a saint, she had never forgotten that the 2 demon emperors had injured her. At this moment, she looked at the 2 demon emperors with intense killing intent. Interesting. Yi Xian was hidden in the void as he indifferently looked at Hutu. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. It was unknown what he was thinking. Empress Hutu, you're a heavenly path saint. If you want to kill the 2 demon emperors, aren't you afraid that the billions of demon tribe will riot? Dong Huang Tai growled. Are you threatening me? Earth Empress was suffocating. The heavenly path saint's aura became more terrifying, making the 2 demon emperors breathless. I wouldn't dare. Although the demon tribe is weak, we're still a large tribe under the heavenly path. Empress Hutu, you have a benevolent heart and can't bear to cause chaos in the 3 realms. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to our level. Bang! Dong Huang Tai bent his knees and knelt down. He even kowtowed 3 times to Earth Empress Hutu. Brother. Seeing Dong Huang Tai kneeling down to Earth Empress Hutu to save his own life, Emperor Jun's eyes turned red. He looked at Earth Empress Hutu with hatred. Brother, why don't you apologize to Empress Hutu? Dong Huang Tai scolded angrily. He was afraid that Emperor Jun would give Earth Empress an excuse to attack again. Brother, you. Apologize. Apologize to the saint, or I'll kill you myself. Dong Huangtai roared. Tears flowed from his eyes. Emperor Jun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Emperor Jun was rude to Earth Saint Empress Hudu. Emperor Jun said word by word. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His eyes looked like they were about to explode, which showed how humiliated he was. Emperor Jun did not feel humiliated for himself. He felt humiliated for Dong Huang. His brother had knelt down to the saint of the sorcerer tribe for the sake of the demon tribe. He was in so much pain that he wanted to cry out loud. The two demon monarchs were oppressed by Empress Hudu, which made the orthodoxies sigh. The ancestors of sorcerer sneered with complacency on their faces. The two demon monarchs, who had been regarded as enemies by the sorcerer tribe, were now kneeling in front of them. This scene made the sorcerer tribe feel extremely comfortable. Humph, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Empress Hudu sat cross-legged again, but the reincarnation light was still oppressing the two demon monarchs. It seemed that she could end their lives with just a thought. I heard that you, Dong Huangtai, have a sacred treasure called the Bell of Chaos. It's a primordial treasure. Why don't you use it to forgive your disrespect to the saint? Ancestor sorcerer Xian Ming walked out and sneered. You're dreaming. Hearing the words of ancestor sorcerer Xian Ming, Emperor Jun's face changed greatly. His heart was filled with rage. He roared at ancestor sorcerer Xian Ming and suddenly looked at Hudu with a touch of sadness in his eyes. He understood. He understood everything. Today, Empress Hudu summoned them because she wanted to seize the Bell of Chaos in his brother's hands. This was Empress Hudu's real purpose. Primordial treasures were extremely rare in this world, but each of them contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the hands of a saint, they could erupt with terrifying power. For example, Yuanzhi Tianzuan's Pangu Banner, Tongtian's Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, and Kundi's Tree of Seven Wonders. Empress Hudu had just become a saint 30,000 years ago. Although she had mastered the reincarnation strength, she did not have a primordial treasure. Therefore, Dong Huangtai's Bell of Chaos was naturally targeted by her. Chapter 897. Not to mention that sages were superior and disdained other people's things. However, sages' cultivation was far superior to all living creatures. There were very few things that could catch the sage's eyes. However, the Bell of Chaos was not one of them. Naturally, Hudu wanted it for herself. The Bell of Chaos was a primordial treasure and could be called a divine weapon of chaos. It was even more terrifying than the Pangu Banner in Yuanzhi Tianzuan's hand. Naturally, Hudu coveted it. At this moment, Hudu's samsara sacred light covered her body, making it impossible to see her expression. However, the Heavenly Way's sacred aura still shrouded the two demon emperors. Obviously, she was determined to get the Bell of Chaos. Okay, I'm willing to hand over the Bell of Chaos. I only hope that Empress Hudu will not make things difficult for us. Dong Huangtai smiled sadly. At this point, the so-called resistance would be like throwing an egg at a rock. It would only give Hudu an excuse to kill the two of them. Clang! A bell rang in Dong Huangtai's body. The invincible golden light spread out and a 3-inch bell of chaos floated out of Dong Huangtai's sea of consciousness. Brother, don't. The Bell of Chaos is connected to your blood. If you really give it to her, you will be in danger of dying. Emperor Jun roared miserably. He wanted to stop Dong Huangtai, but he was suppressed by the Heavenly Way's sacred aura and could not even lift a finger. Brother, we have no hope. Since she wants the Bell of Chaos, I'll give it to her. Dong Huangtai smiled sadly. He made a gesture with both hands and pointed at the Bell of Chaos. cutting off the connection between him and the Bell of Chaos. Puff! Dong Huang Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and he fainted on the ground. The Bell of Chaos turned into a golden light and fell into Huda's hand. Brother! Emperor Jun roared miserably. The Heavenly Way's sacred aura that suppressed him had dissipated. This made him fall in front of Dong Huang Tai with tears in his eyes. Good, good, good. Today's matter will never be forgotten by the monster race. Emperor Jun roared. He abruptly picked up Dong Huang Tai's body and strode out of the Huda palace. Huda had the Bell of Chaos, so he didn't bother to trouble the two of them. The two dignified demon emperors had ended up in such a state. It could be said that they were extremely miserable and made people sigh. However, the various forces also understood one thing at this moment. The will of the saint could not be violated. The Magi had really risen, and the demons had become a thing of the past. The so-called ancient demon court no longer had the dignity of the past. The Lady of Earth alone could suppress the demons. The Heaven-Mending Conference concerns the safety of the three realms. All of you are the pillars of the three realms. I have already invited the other saints to gather at the Earth Empress Palace. 80 years later, we will discuss the method of mending the heavens together. In the Ho-Tu Palace, Ho-Tu's majestic voice was heard. The various factions were listening to Ho-Tu's teachings. No one cared about the whereabouts of the two demonic emperors, much less the fate of Dong Huang Tai. Outside the Earth Palace, Emperor Jun's mouth was bleeding. He carried the unconscious Dong Huang Tai and shuttled through the starry sky. Thousands of demons followed him, but a heavy and sorrowful aura permeated from them. Your Majesty, you can't go any further. His Majesty Dong Huang's aura is getting weaker and weaker. If you don't save him, I'm afraid he will, Thunbo reminded him in a trembling voice. Emperor Jun's escape light suddenly stopped, and a sorrowful voice came from his mouth. Hutu, Magi, you all deserve to die. Quick, set up the cosmic stars formation and gather the power of thousands of stars for my brother. You must save his life. Emperor Jun's eyes were bloodshot. He directly landed on a withered star. The thousands of demons behind him did not dare to neglect and immediately set up the cosmic stars formation. Emperor Jun hurriedly placed Dong Huang Tai in the center. He was extremely anxious and looked at Dong Huang Tai with great guilt in his eyes. Brother, you can't die. Emperor Jun roared in grief. Cosmic stars formation, condense. Thousands of demons cast demon characters all over the sky. The surrounding stars suddenly brightened, and wisps of starlight gathered. Emperor Jun performed the great skill of the demon clan and injected all the gathered starlight into Dong Huang Tai's body. He looked at Dong Huang Tai anxiously, hoping that his brother would wake up. Puff! Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai spat out a mouthful of essence blood. His body cracked like a spider web. Emperor Jun's face turned pale instantly. He looked at Funbo and roared furiously, how could this be? Your Majesty. The cosmic stars formation requires the cooperation of thousands of demons from antiquity times, but we only have thousands of people. I'm afraid His Majesty Dong Huang. Funbo choked with sobs, his face full of despair. How dare you curse my brother to die? Emperor Jun had already gone mad. He suddenly grabbed Funbo's neck and lifted him up. I don't care what you do. You must save my brother. Otherwise, I will bury you with him. Emperor Jun roared crazily, showing signs of Qigong deviation. How stupid you are. Suddenly, an indifferent voice reverberated in the void. It was the voice that woke Emperor Jun up. Who is it? Come out. Emperor Jun looked around the starry sky, trying to find the owner of the voice. At this moment, a black light grew beside Dong Huang Tai, and a calm figure appeared. His pneuma has dissipated and his genuine spirit has withered. In order to save your life, Dong Huangtai cut off his connection with the Bell of Chaos. Now, he is like a lamp that has run out of oil. It won't be long before his soul disperses and he dies. The man in black had his back to Emperor Jun. He was looking at Dong Huangtai with his eyebrows lowered. His voice was calm. "Who are you?" Emperor Jun's expression changed greatly. He had not sensed the man's presence at all, which set off a storm in his mind. "What do you want?" Before Emperor Jun could see the man's face clearly, he stretched out his hand toward Dong Huangtai. Emperor Jun's expression changed greatly. Boundless demon light burst out from his body, and he attacked the man with his palm. Bang! Light flowed between heaven and earth as the Dharma collapsed. Emperor Jun only felt his vision blur as an extremely terrifying force suddenly pressed down on his body, directly annihilating his grand art without leaving a trace. His entire body fell heavily to the ground. Noisy. Yi Xian frowned and finally turned around to look at Emperor Jun. When Emperor Jun saw Yi Xian's face, he was stunned. Even his soul seemed to have frozen. He could not believe his eyes. It's you." After 3 breaths, Emperor Jun cried out in horror. He had never expected that a man whose life was unknown would appear in front of him. "Yi Xian, it's Yi Xian." Feng Bo trembled and screamed. Thousands of grand demons changed their expressions and instantly surrounded Yi Xian. However, everyone looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear. Chapter 898. Yi Tiandi. Let's talk it out. "Don't kill His Majesty," Yu Bo said in a trembling voice. Yu Bo trembled as he spoke. It was all because Yi Xian's fingers were on top of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's head. Strands of black mist revolved around Yi Xian's palm, causing people to feel extremely terrified. "Yi Xian, let my brother go. If you want to take revenge, you can do whatever you want to me." Di Jun finally woke up from his shock. He walked towards Yi Xian with large strides as he let out a cry of despair. In the past, the battle between the 2 heavenly courts had caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It had also caused the 2 heavenly courts to suffer great losses. Now that Yi Xian had appeared in front of the 2 of them, how could he possibly let the 2 brothers off? Emperor Jun had calmed down. He only hoped that Yi Xian would let Dong Huang go, even if he would die in the hands of Yi Xian. "Let my brother go." 108 demonic lights soared into the sky as Di Jun sublimated to the extreme. His body violently swelled as demonic lights filled the sky. It was obvious that he already had the intention to fight Yi Xian to the death. Second brother. Stop. Suddenly, an extremely weak voice sounded out. When this voice sounded out, Di Jun was stunned on the spot. The 108 demonic lights behind him instantly became unstable, and the thousands of greater demons surrounding Yi Xian were about to cry out in alarm. "His Majesty! Brother!" An extremely strange scene appeared. Dong Huangtai slowly opened his eyes. It was obvious that the words just now came from his mouth. At this moment, his entire body was wrapped in black mist, and Yi Xian's palm was still pressed against his head. "Yi Tiandi is saving my life. Stop!" Dong Huangtai scolded in a hoarse voice. "What?" As soon as Dong Huangtai finished speaking, Di Jun cried out in surprise. However, he quickly withdrew his cultivation and looked at Yi Xian with an expression of disbelief. Emperor Jun had never expected that Yi Xian would not only not attack him and his brother, but also save Dong Huangtai's life. He could not believe it. Although Emperor Jun could not believe such a ridiculous thing, Dong Huangtai had said it himself. Moreover, Yi Xian did not hurt his brother. This made Emperor Jun secretly relieved. However, he was still vigilant against Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian was up to something. Time slowly passed. After a full hour, Yi Xian finally withdrew his palm from Donghuang Taiyi's head. Donghuang Taiyi's originally pale and bloodless face had also turned rosy. "Thank you, Yi Tiandi, for saving my life." Donghuang Taiyi bowed to Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Apparently, he did not understand why Yi Xian had saved his life. The Bell of Chaos is connected to your bloodline. Losing the Bell of Chaos is equivalent to cutting off your origin of the Great Way. Although I have stabilized the origin of the Great Way for you, it is only a temporary solution. If you can't get the Bell of Chaos back, you can only live for 10,000 years at most, Yi Xian said calmly. To be able to live for 10,000 years, Donghuang is already satisfied. Many thanks to Celestial Emperor Yi for your help. Donghuang Taiyi smiled bitterly. No one knew how serious his injury was. Fortunately, Yi Xian had saved him. Otherwise, he would have died without the Bell of Chaos. 10,000 years. Emperor Jun strode over, his face extremely pale. When he heard the conversation between the two, it was a terrible nightmare for him. No, it was not only terrible nightmare for him, but also for the entire ancient demon court and the millions of demon tribes in the three realms. "Brother?" Emperor Jun said with a trembling voice. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were red. If he had not been reckless and impulsive, how could Huda have used this as an excuse to make Donghuang Taiyi lose the Bell of Chaos and end up like this? Self-blame, remorse, unwillingness, and monstrous indignation. All kinds of complicated feelings grew in Emperor Jun's heart. Looking at Donghuang Taiyi's weak aura, Emperor Jun's body and mind trembled. A great sense of guilt gnawed at his mind, making him almost speechless. Donghuang Taiyi could feel Emperor Jun's guilty mood, which made him smile and say, "Second brother, don't blame yourself. Hutu invited us in today. She didn't intend to let us go at all. Even without you, she would have found other reasons to take my Bell of Chaos. Hutu, that bitch, I will tear her into pieces sooner or later." Emperor Jun roared loudly, his eyes as red as blood and flashing with intense hatred. "Ha!" Suddenly, a contemptuous sneer came from Yi Xian. "Tear her into pieces? You are really arrogant. Hutu has become a saint, and the Wu tribe has taken advantage of the situation to rise. Not to mention that you can only tie with the ancestor of sorcery, even the millions of demon tribes behind you will be suppressed by the Wu tribe. You still want to tear Hutu into pieces? Are you daydreaming? Yi Xian, you." Being ridiculed by Yi Xian, Emperor Jun blushed. He wanted to refute, but he could not find an excuse to refute Yi Xian, because what Yi Xian said was true. How could he fight with Hutu? Two demon emperors, one is reckless and ignorant, and the other is about to die. The millions of demon tribes behind you are really pitiful. Yi Xian shook his head indifferently. At this moment, Donghuang Taiyi looked bitter. As Yi Xian said, the demon tribe had declined and was no longer as prosperous as before. Even if he still had the Bell of Chaos, how could he be qualified to fight with the Wu tribe? Hutu alone had already suppressed the demon tribe, not to mention that the Wu tribe was not weaker than the demon tribe. In the current situation, the demon tribe had no power to resist at all. Humph, it's all Nuwa's fault. She is a member of the demon tribe, but she watched us being oppressed by the Wu tribe indifferently. If she had been as kind as Hutu, how could we have ended up like this? Emperor Jun said to himself with hatred. "Second brother, be quiet." Donghuang Taiyi's face darkened at the mention of Nuwa's coldness. However, Nuwa was a saint after all, and they could not afford to be disrespectful to her. This made Donghuang Taiyi scold Emperor Jun, "You two take care of yourselves." Suddenly, Yi Xian said softly. He glanced at the two demon emperors indifferently, and then stepped into the distant starry sky. Yi Xian's sudden departure caused the two demon emperors to be stunned. They didn't recover from their shock for a full 3 breaths of time, and when Yi Xian disappeared into the distance, the 2 demon emperors suddenly woke up. Elder brother, Yi Xian not only survived, but also appeared to save your life. What does he want to do? Emperor Jun murmured in surprise. Dong Huang Tai's mind was blown when he heard Emperor Jun's words. He seemed to have thought of something at this moment. Chapter 899. The Origin of the Great Way. Did he just help me stabilize the origin of the Great Way? Dong Huang Tai abruptly asked Dijuan, as if he had encountered something that shocked him to the core. Looking at Dong Huang Tai's terrified expression, Dijun's face froze for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's right. Big Brother almost died just now. This Yi Xian did save Big Brother's life." Emperor Jun paused, and his expression suddenly changed, as if he had discovered something extremely shocking at this moment. The origin of the Great Way. He stabilized your origin of the Great Way. So he saved my brother's life? Emperor Jun trembled, and his eyes widened in horror. Apparently, he had also discovered something extremely terrible. Did he become a sage? Dong Huang Tai whispered in horror. He fell into a trance, and could not believe the truth he had discovered. The bell of primal chaos was his life and death treasure, and it could be said that it depended on him in life and death. It was also related to the source of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's great Tao. After losing the bell of primal chaos, the source of his great Tao had shattered, and it was already a situation of certain death. The most important thing was that to restore the origin of the Great Way, one must have the cultivation of a sage. Only a sage could touch the true meaning of the origin of the Great Way, and could restore the origin of the Great Way with supreme Dharma power. Until now, Dong Huang Tai had discovered this terrible fact, which made him muddle-headed and silent. His body and mind were trembling, and he could not believe what he had guessed. Impossible. Suddenly, Emperor Jun growled in horror, "This is impossible. Hutu has already become a sage, and the 7 sages in the world have all been occupied. How could Yi Xian become a sage? There were only 7 sages in the world except for Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had integrated with the Tao. Now that the 7 sages had all appeared, it was impossible for a sage to be born in the world. This was an ironclad fact, and it was also known to all. Emperor Jun naturally could not believe that Yi Xian had become a sage. No, there is a problem, absolutely a problem. Do you remember how Hutu became a sage? Dong Huang Tai's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were faintly shining. His voice was trembling violently. The primordial violet vapor. It was Yi Xian who gave it to her. This was because everyone knew about it. Otherwise, Hutu wouldn't have fought with Nuwa for Yi Xian in the underworld 30,000 years ago. Second brother, don't you have any questions? Why did Yi Xian give the primordial violet chi to Hutu? Wouldn't it be better for him to keep the primordial violet chi for himself? It's definitely not that simple. Dong Huang Tai was indeed worthy of being the leader of the demonic clan. Just from what he had encountered today and connecting it to the secrets of the past, he came to an unbelievable conclusion. Yi Xian might have achieved the Tao through an alternative method. Dong Huang Tai was resolute and decisive. Even he did not dare to believe this fact. However, based on all his deductions, he still said this sentence. How is that possible? Emperor Jun screamed in horror. He could not believe this fact. Second brother, you should know that Nuwa and Yuanshi have always wanted to kill him. The 2 sages of the West also want to kill Yi Xian. The Heaven-Mending Festival is about to begin, but Yi Xian dares to appear here. If he has not become a sage, how could he dare to come here? Dong Huang Tai quickly deduced, his voice becoming more and more certain. A sage? Yi Xian has really become a sage? How did he break the iron law of the 7 sages of heaven and earth to become a sage? Emperor Jun murmured, his body and mind trembling to the extreme. Brother, even if you are right, Yi Xian's becoming a sage is of no use to us demonic clan. Don't forget that we have a grudge against him after the battle between the two celestial court. Moreover, he has a great friendship with Hudu. Yi Xian's becoming a sage is of no use to us demonic clan. Emperor Jun finally calmed down and let out a long sigh of despair. Idiot! Dong Huang Tai suddenly scolded. His eyes were shining at this moment. He looked in the direction where Yi Xian had gone, a touch of madness and excitement flashing across his eyes. There are only eternal interests in the world. How can there be eternal enemies? Today, Yi Xian's appearance to save my life is the best proof. Obviously, his friendship with Hutu is not as deep as we thought. And don't forget that Nuwa ignored the friendship between us demonic clan for her own interests. She allowed Hutu to lead the Wu tribe to bully us demonic clan. Nuwa simply regarded us as ants. She has never cared about the friendship between us demonic clan. Dong Huang Tai roared crazily. His eyes became brighter, as if he had made a decision. At this moment, he finally made up his mind. Looking at Dong Huang Tai's crazy appearance, Emperor Jun asked anxiously, "Brother, what are you trying to say?" Second brother. Dong Huang Tai looked at Emperor Jun with his bright eyes and said in an unusually cold and low voice, "Since Nuwa is heartless first, don't blame us for being heartless later. Since Yi Xian dares to appear outside the 33rd heaven, it is obvious that he wants to settle the score with Nuwa. Why don't we help Yi Xian?" "Brother, are you crazy?" Hearing Dong Huang Tai's words, Emperor Jun's face turned pale instantly. He looked at Dong Huang Tai as if he was looking at a madman. "I'm crazy. I'm crazy indeed. But second brother, tell me, if we give up this chance, the demon clan will never rise again. Do you want to watch billions of demon clansmen be enslaved and oppressed by the shaman clan with your own eyes? Do you want to watch Huda step on our heads and do whatever she wants?" Dong Huang Tai roared crazily, as if he had gone mad. "But you have to know, even if Yi Xian is really an alternative, he is only one person. Yuanshi, Nuwa, and the two sages of the West are four sages. If we stand with him, won't we offend the four sages completely? Won't our demonic clan be doomed?" Emperor Jun said with a trembling voice. "Second brother, there is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. If you and I don't make a decision today, our demonic clan will definitely fall in the future. Only by giving it our all can we fight for a Tongtian road for our demonic clan. This is a gamble. If we succeed, our demon race will have a boundless future. If we fail, our demon race will sink into oblivion. But if we don't take this gamble today, I'm afraid our demon race will never have another chance. We will only gradually decline." Dong Huang Tai's eyes were red as he roared. Clearly, he had already made his decision. "But brother, even if you and I are willing to ally with Yi Xian, the two celestial courts used to have a deep grudge. What can Yi Xian do?" Before Emperor Jun finished, Dong Huang Tai suddenly interrupted and said in a low voice, "You are wrong. It is not an alliance, but a merger of the two celestial courts. From now on, they will become one. And this new celestial court will only have one celestial emperor, and that is Yi Tiandi." "What?" Emperor Jun looked at Dong Huang Tai in shock. He was so shocked that he could not say a word. Chapter 900. The combination of the two celestial courts. From now on, there will only be one celestial court in the world. Emperor Jun muttered to himself, trembling both physically and mentally. He looked at Dong Huang Tai in confusion. "Big brother, you've really gone mad. You've really gone mad." Emperor Jun roared, pressing his palms on Dong Huang Tai's shoulders and shaking them vigorously. His face was extremely red. "Yi Xian is a human. Do you know that if you and I lead hundreds of millions of demons to surrender to him, not only will you lose your throne and become his minister, but our demon tribe will also be ruled by him. Emperor Jun roared again and again, unable to accept Dong Huangtai's decision. Clap. Suddenly, a loud slap sounded. Emperor Jun stopped roaring. He covered his face and looked at Dong Huangtai with tears in his eyes. He was stunned. "Wake up, brother," Dong Huangtai said coldly. "Come and take a look. Take a good look at this." Dong Huangtai made a gesture with his hands and condensed a water screen image. There were many scenes in the water screen image, all of which were scenes of the sorcerer tribe slaughtering the demon tribe. Take a good look. Take a good look at how our demon tribe is being humiliated. Dong Huangtai pointed at the water screen image. A large number of demons were being slaughtered by the sorcerer tribe, and a large number of demons became the sorcerer tribe's mounts. The sorcerer tribe's wild laughter was extremely harsh. At this time, Emperor Jun stared blankly at the water screen image. His eyes were as red as blood, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The demon tribe was suffering great humiliation in the water screen image, and no one knew how many demons had been killed by the sorcerer tribe. Do you see it? The rise of the sorcerer tribe and the decline of the demon tribe. Our people are being bullied. The sorcerer tribe keeps our people like livestock. This is the current situation of our demon tribe. Do you want us to become slaves of the sorcerer tribe before you wake up? Dong Huangtai scolded coldly, hoping that Emperor Jun would understand the situation of the demon tribe. But big brother. But before he could finish, Dong Huangtai waved his hand and interrupted, "I know what you want to say. You think Yi Xian is from the human tribe. If he becomes the leader of the demon tribe, will he enslave us? But second brother, have you thought about it? Half of the people in the celestial court are demons. Why are they willing to follow Yi Xian, even if they are called traitors to the demon race?" Dong Huangtai let out a long sigh. This. Emperor Jun was speechless and did not say anything in the end. Yes, just as Dong Huangtai had said, why did those demon kings follow Yi Xian? Even when Yi Xian was being hunted down by a saint, they did not leave him. This was because Yi Xian had truly treated them as his own people. He had never really enslaved them. Instead, he had led them on expeditions against their enemies and built a home that belonged to them. Kunpeng used to be the master of demons, but he had betrayed the ancient demon court and had been following Yi Xian. Was Kunpeng stupid? No, Kunpeng was very smart, because he could see that Yi Xian was a wise master who would lead him to the peak. He could really unify the three realms and make all beings submit to him. In this world, aside from the saints, who can truly be called the overlord of the world? I believe it's only Yi Tiandi, Dong Huangtai said with certainty. Big brother, I understand. Emperor Jun bowed. He finally understood Dong Huangtai's idea. Let's go. Yi Tiandi must not have gone far. Let's go find him quickly. Since he'd already made his decision, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi didn't hesitate at all. He directly called for Di Jun and 1,000 greater demons to chase after Yi Xian. The star sea was turbulent, and the big stars were rotating. Yi Xian strolled leisurely in the starry sky, but his pace was very slow. He did not use the imminent skyline, as if he was waiting for someone to catch up with him. What kind of person was Yi Xian? He would do anything to achieve his goal. He was insidious and cruel. He would never show any mercy. Logically speaking, Dong Huangtai and Emperor Jun were his enemies, not his friends. Hutu had taken Dong Huangtai's Bell of Chaos, which had nothing to do with him. However, Yi Xian had saved Dong Huangtai's life. Yi Xian was not so benevolent. He had saved Dong Huangtai for two reasons. The first reason. In the battle of the Celestial Court, the two demon emperors had killed each other. In the end, Niuhua had almost killed Yi Xian. The two demon emperors had deliberately exposed their flaws and made way for Yi Xian to escape. Yi Xian had always remembered this favor. The second reason was also the most important one. He had saved Dong Huangtai today because he wanted to subdue the ancient demon court and make the billions of demons in the three realms work for him. The demons. This was the largest race in the three realms apart from the human race. It was said that there were hundreds of millions of them. It was definitely a force that could not be ignored. The ancient demon court was the holy land in the hearts of billions of demons, and the two demon emperors were the faith of billions of demons. If he could subdue these two demon emperors for his use, it would be equivalent to him, Yi Xian, controlling the entire demon race. Perhaps some people would ask, Yi Xian was already comparable to a saint. If he wanted to subdue the demons, wouldn't it be easier to kill the two demon emperors and destroy the ancient demon court? Wrong, very wrong. Yi Xian could indeed destroy the ancient demon court, but he could not subdue billions of demons. This had nothing to do with cultivation or strength, but with faith. When the world was first created and all living things were born, the two demon emperors were the commanders of billions of demons. All the demons viewed the two demon emperors as their faith. Even if Yi Xian killed the two of them, it would only incite the hatred of billions of demons. This was definitely not an outcome that Yi Xian wanted to see. Of course, Yi Xian was not afraid of offending the demons by killing the two demon emperors. No one knew his true goal. Nuwa. That's right, Nuwa. Nuwa was a saint, but she was also a member of the demon race. In the hearts of billions of demons, Nuwa was the most respected person besides the two demon emperors. Yi Xian's goal was simple. He wanted to let Nuwa experience what it meant to be abandoned by everyone. He wanted Nuwa to live in endless regret and pain. If the so-called reckoning was just a simple battle with Nuwa, this was not the outcome that Yi Xian wanted. Not only did Yi Xian want Nuwa to experience the feeling of being abandoned by everyone, he was also constantly thinking of ways to kill Nuwa. He wanted to roast her primordial spirit for eternity and torture her to death. However, Yi Xian didn't forget one thing, and that was that saints were immortal. What was a heavenly Tao saint? As long as the heavenly Tao did not collapse, the saints would not perish. This was the foundation of the seven great saints. Chapter 901. Look at how strong Tong Tian was. His immortal extermination sword formation had swept through all his enemies, but he could not kill other sages. In other words, during the investiture of the gods, the four sages broke through the immortal extermination sword formation, but Tong Tian was only defeated and left. His life was not in danger. Therefore, sages could not kill sages. This was an unchanging rule. Of course, there was always a counterbalance to everything. Nothing was absolute. Even a saint might not be truly immortal. However, it was definitely not that easy to kill a saint. Ever since Yi Xian passed the three tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he had been thinking about this problem. Kill a sage. Yes, kill a sage. Not only Nuwa, but also Yuanshi and the two sages of the West. These were all targets he wanted to kill. However, Yi Xian had only found some clues to solve the problem of immortality. This was only his own guess. Even Yi Xian was not sure if he could really kill a sage. Of course, a clue was better than nothing. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to plan. Subduing the two demonic emperors was only his first step. Yi Tiandi, please wait. Rumble. The starry sky rumbled as demonic light shot out. The two demonic emperors led thousands of demons and finally caught up to Yi Xian. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and looked back at the two demonic emperors. Yi Xian smiled and said, "What is it?" Actually, Yi Xian had been listening to the two demonic emperors' conversation. Although he knew that Dong Huangtai wanted to lead the ancient demon court to submit to him, he still had to put on an act. After all, it would be too straightforward to say it out loud. Yi Qiandi, we have offended you in the past. Please forgive us, Yi Qiandi. Today, we are willing to lead the ancient demon court to submit to the Sky Emperor. Please take us in. Dong Huangtai bowed to Yi Xian. He did not use any fancy words and directly expressed his intentions to Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian nodded slowly without any pretense. He had already achieved his goal. If he were to decline hypocritically, it would show that he was scheming. Dong Huangtai and Di Jun were stunned and they heard Yi Xian's reply. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. They didn't know what to say. With the two celestial courts united, there will only be one celestial court in this world. The two of you will become the two great celestial emperors of the celestial court. From now on, you will serve this emperor loyally, Yi Xian said bluntly. Yes, celestial emperor. The two demon emperors looked at each other and then bowed to Yi Xian. Although the thousands of demons had complicated expressions, they still bowed to Yi Xian to show their loyalty. I have something to say. Although the two of you have led the ancient demon court to submit to me, Nuwa has a lot of karma with me. If she doesn't die, I will. You two have to think about this carefully, Yi Xian said softly. Heavenly Emperor, please understand. Although Nuwa is a member of the demon clan, she doesn't care about our kinship. She allowed the sorcerer tribe to harm the members of the demon clan and put millions of demon clansmen in the abyss of suffering. Although she is a saint, she doesn't deserve to be a member of the demon clan. We will definitely be loyal to you, Heavenly Emperor, even if she is our enemy, Dong Huangtai said coldly. When Dong Huangtai had the thought of submitting to Yi Xian, he had already thought it through. Since Nuwa didn't care about the life and death of the demon tribe, he couldn't be blamed. Nuwa could only become the enemy of the demon tribe. All right. Yi Xian was waiting for Dong Huangtai to say this. He nodded in relief. Dong Huangtai, you are a smart person. I also like to deal with smart people. Although you have led the ancient demon court to submit to me, I am not a heartless person. Yi Xian paused for a moment. Then, he looked at Dong Huangtai with narrowed eyes. Today, I promise you that you will still be the emperor of the demon tribe. I will protect millions of demons. If anyone dares to humiliate and kill the demon tribe, they will be my enemy. I will naturally not sit by and do nothing. Even if there is a saint blocking my way, I will definitely seek justice for the demon tribe. Yi Xian's way of controlling people was to return the favor and show mercy. This promise was given to the entire demon tribe by Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian deeply understood that if he wanted the demon tribe to follow him loyally, asking blindly would only make the demon tribe rebel. Right now, what the demon race needed the most was a protector, so he, Yi Xian, would be the protector. Not only would he have the two demon emperors follow him loyally, he would also have the billions of demon race treat him, Yi Xian, as their supreme faith. The demon tribe will never forget Heaven Emperor's kindness. Dong Huangtai was overjoyed. His body and mind were trembling with excitement. He hurriedly asked Emperor Jun and the others to bow 3 times to Yi Xian with great gratitude. Dong Huangtai had done everything for the future of the demon tribe. Today, Yi Xian had made a promise to him, which was exactly what the demon tribe needed. How could Dong Huangtai not be grateful? The two demon emperors had led the ancient demon court to submit. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. The grievances of the past had been resolved. From now on, the two demon emperors would be loyal to him. Follow me. Yi Xian said softly and walked forward slowly. The two demon emperors were stunned. They did not know where Yi Xian was taking them. Heaven Emperor, where are we going? Dong Huangtai asked. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He slowly looked back at Dong Huangtai and the others and said indifferently and calmly, although I helped you stabilize the origin of the Great Way, the Bell of Chaos is your spiritual treasure. If you don't take it back, you can only live for 10,000 years. I don't want you to lose your life as soon as you follow me. This. Dong Huang Tai was stunned when he heard Yi Xian's words. He did not understand the meaning of Yi Xian's words. However, Emperor Jun, who was beside him, turned pale and looked at Yi Xian in horror. Heaven. Heaven Emperor. Are you going to the Earth Palace to take back my brother's Bell of Chaos? Emperor Jun asked in horror. Dong Huang Tai felt as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in his head. He instantly came to his senses and looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Since the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi is this emperor's subject and his treasure has been taken away, if this emperor doesn't seek justice, wouldn't others laugh at me, Yi Xian, for being incompetent and not being able to protect my own subject? Yi Xian coldly said, then walked towards the Empress Palace with large strides. Big brother. Hurry. Hurry up and catch up with Heaven Emperor. Emperor Jun's face was flushed. He pulled Dong Huang Tai and caught up with Yi Xian. The thousands of great demons behind them were flushed with excitement and quickly followed the three to the Earth Palace. Earth Palace. 7 days had passed since Earth Palace summoned all the orthodoxies. The orthodoxies had already left the Earth Palace. Apparently, Earth Palace was only using the Bell of Chaos as an excuse. How could she have the time to deal with them? Chapter 902. The river of stars rumbled and propitious vapors rose. The Earth Empress Palace was simple and majestic. The bronze gate was tightly shut. Other than the two Taoist children guarding the gate, the entire Earth Empress Palace was silent. Qi. Qi. Demonic light surged, and the void rippled. Thousands of demonic lights streaked across the sky in the distance and instantly appeared in front of the Earth Empress Palace. This also caused the expressions of the two Dao children to change. They immediately scolded the person who came, "How dare you demons? Who allowed you to barge into the Earth Empress Palace without being summoned by Goddess Hoodoo? Don't you know that this is the Saints' Dao field?" The two Taoist children were merely golden immortals of all heaven, but they were not afraid in the face of thousands of great demons. Instead, they were arrogant. After all, they were the children of the sages, so they naturally had the right to be arrogant. Unfortunately, the thousands of demons remained silent in the face of the berating of the two Dao children. They did not reply at all. Instead, they opened up a path and three figures walked over from the end of the path. Dong Huang Tai, you dare to return? When Yi Xian and company arrived at the Earth Empress Palace, one of the Dao children naturally recognized the two demonic emperors. The two Dao children were stunned for a moment before they reprimanded them. Go and tell Empress Hoodoo that an old friend has come to visit. Ask her to come out and meet him. Emperor Jun said coldly. Insolent. Her Highness is a saint. How can she be met just like that? Hurry up and back off. Bang! Before the two children could finish speaking, a terrifying demonic light slammed into them, causing them to spit out blood and collapse to the ground. You dare to injure me? The two children felt like they were in a dream after being hit by Di Jun's attack. They couldn't believe what they had just experienced. How dare Emperor Jun attack them? Isn't he afraid that Goddess Hoodoo will kill him? At this moment, Yi Xian was shrouded in mist, making it impossible for others to see his face. This was to prevent others from recognizing him. After all, the Heaven Mender conference had yet to begin, so it was not appropriate for him to reveal his true appearance. In Yi Xian's opinion, it was a trivial matter for Emperor Jun to injure the two Taoist children with one strike. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from Earth Empress Palace. The bronze door rumbled open, and the sacred light of Samsara surged out from Earth Empress Palace. The sacred might of the heavenly Tao pressed down on everyone. Hoodoo, I haven't seen you for many years. You haven't grown much, but your temper has. Before the sacred light of samsara could strike, Yi Xian's calm voice rang out. The world suddenly froze, and the sacred light of samsara that erupted from the Earth Mother Palace instantly froze. An extremely bewildered voice rang out from the Earth Mother Palace. Who are you? You're really forgetful. It's only been 30,000 years, and you can't even recognize my voice. Yi Xian smiled coldly and strode into the back of Earth Palace. The two demon thearchs and thousands of great demons quickly followed behind him. Everyone's face was flushed with excitement. As the saying goes, one can know the whole leopard from a single spot. Since Yi Xian dared to come here so brazenly, it was obvious that he wasn't afraid of Hudu. His imposing manner naturally boosted the morale of the two demon thearchs and thousands of great demons. Inside the Earth Mother Palace, Hudu sat cross-legged in the sacred light of samsara, and the bell of chaos floated in front of her. However, at this moment, her aura was extremely chaotic, and her face was full of bewilderment. It's you. When Yi Xian came to Hudu with the two demon thearchs, the mist around Yi Xian dispersed, revealing his true appearance. Hudu's expression changed drastically, and she let out a cry of surprise. How dare you appear here? Hudu stood up abruptly, and the sacred light of samsara swept across the void. Her beautiful brows were knitted together, and she looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. It was this person in front of her who gave her the primordial violet chi, allowing her to successfully become a saint. She also owed him 3 conditions. Although she'd already fulfilled 2 of them, she still owed Yi Xian 1 condition. The world is vast, and all living things coexist. Why can't I, Yi Xian, appear here? Yi Xian smiled and looked at Hudu with an extremely calm expression. Phew! Hudu exhaled and gradually calmed down, regaining her dignity as a saint. However, when she looked at the 2 demon thearchs beside Yi Xian, her eyes became slightly gloomy, and there was a trace of doubt. She didn't know why Yi Xian was with the 2 demon thearchs. Speak. You risked being discovered by Senior Sister Nuwa to come and see me. You must want me to fulfill the 3rd condition I promised you. You can state it, and I won't decline. Hudu had already become a saint, so she naturally didn't care about Yi Xian. However, she owed Yi Xian saint karma, which she had to repay. This made her speak frankly. Great. Yi Xian clapped and smiled. He didn't want to feign civility with Hudu, so he went straight to the point. The Bell of Chaos is Donghuang Tai's lifelong spiritual treasure. I came to see you this time to ask for it. What? As Yi Xian's words fell, Hudu's expression suddenly turned cold, and the way she looked at Yi Xian became unfriendly. One had to know that she had just obtained the Bell of Primal Chaos. This was a primordial treasure, and in her hands, it could unleash a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. These few days, she had carefully refined this item, and she loved it even more. However, Yi Xian actually wanted to take back this item for the Eastern Emperor Tai. This caused Hudu's heart to burn with rage. Impossible. Hudu suppressed her anger and refuted Yi Xian's intentions. Oh. It seems that fellow Taoist Hudu doesn't want to give me face. Yi Xian frowned, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Yi Xian, although I owe you karma to become a saint, don't be too unreasonable. Change your conditions. Hudu said coldly. If Yi Xian hadn't helped her become a saint, Yi Xian's words today would have made Hudu kill him thousands of times. Hudu could only suppress her anger and hope that Yi Xian wouldn't go overboard. Looking at Hudu's furious appearance, Yi Xian didn't need to guess to know what Hudu was thinking. This made him smile contemptuously. It seemed that Hudu really thought that he dared to appear here because he owed her karma to become a saint. In the past, I gave you the primordial violet vapor and asked you to agree to 3 conditions. You've already fulfilled 2 of them. The 3rd condition is to return the Bell of Chaos to Donghuang Tai. Yi Xian smiled as if he were talking about something very casual. Celestial Emperor, you can't. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Dong Huangtai hurriedly stopped him. One had to know that becoming a saint was extremely important. Now that Yi Xian wanted to help him get the Bell of Chaos back, Dong Huangtai was almost moved to tears. However, he also knew that he couldn't let Yi Xian waste this favor. Otherwise, he'd feel extremely ashamed. You. Huda frowned when she saw Yi Xian use the third condition as an exchange. Her eyes were filled with extreme anger, but in the end, she could only accept it. Although a Khanate supreme treasure was good, it didn't mean that the Bell of Chaos couldn't be used. Perhaps it was to return Yi Xian's third condition, which was even more important to Hudu. Alright, this saint agrees. Take it. Hudu was a straightforward person. She threw the Bell of Chaos at Yi Xian. This allowed Yi Xian to catch the treasure and hand it to Dong Huangtai. Our karma has been settled. Farewell. With the Bell of Chaos back, Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. This allowed the two great demonic emperors and thousands of great demonic beasts to quickly follow. The process was unexpectedly smooth. Wait. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could take 3 steps, Huda's cold and gloomy voice rang out. The terrifying sacred light of samsara covered Huda Palace and blocked Yi Xian's path. Chapter 903. Yi Xian. Yi Dao Yu. Yi Tiandi. Since the karma between us has been settled, how are you going to settle the crime of disrespecting me? Or do you think that my Huda Palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? Hiss. When Huda's voice echoed in the entire palace, the thousands of demons gasped. They felt as if they had fallen into an indescribable winter, and the threat of death invaded everyone's hearts. At this moment, Huda slowly stood up, and the sacred light of reincarnation bloomed to the extreme. The heavenly Tao's sacred power locked onto Yi Xian, and an extremely terrifying saint's killing intent filled the entire palace. Clearly, the anger that Hudu had suppressed for a long time finally erupted at this moment. If Yi Xian only wanted her to return the third favor, Hudu would not have the intention to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian arrogantly asked her to return the Bell of Chaos, which was a great insult to her. Now that she had returned the favor of becoming a saint, Huda naturally did not hold back anymore. She directly revealed an extremely terrifying saint's killing intent to Yi Xian. Interesting. Suddenly, just as the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, a chuckle came from Yi Xian's mouth. He slowly turned around and looked at Hudu. You want to kill me? A strange smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips, and the way he looked at Hudu was even more unfathomable. Yi Xian, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing when to stop and being too arrogant. You really shouldn't have appeared in front of me, Hudu said coldly, and the saint's killing intent was obvious. Come, let me see how capable a new saint like you is. Yi Xian smiled. He really did smile, but his smile was very strange. He even waved his hand at Hudu, causing her to be stunned. An extremely bad feeling arose in her heart. Huh? Something's wrong. Hudu wasn't stupid. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was as calm as the wind and clouds, and his face carried a smile that caused her heart to palpitate. If Hudu still couldn't see that there was a problem, then she herself would call herself an idiot. Wine. Heavenly Path's divine might, sacred eye of reincarnation. Huda's eyes rotated slightly, constantly examining Yi Xian, hoping to see something. Who? Huda spat out a mouthful of turbid air. In just a breath of time, the corner of Huda's mouth curled into a relaxed smile. This was because she could tell at a glance that Yi Xian was not a saint, and there was no so-called heavenly Tao saint energy in his body. If you don't become a saint, you're just an ant. Huda smiled coldly. She finally let down her guard against Yi Xian. She even mocked herself in her heart. What was wrong with her? Why did she take Yi Xian so seriously? She was the seventh heavenly path saint. Now that the world saint positions were full, how could Yi Xian become a saint? Yi Xian, although you helped me become a saint, your arrogance will cost you your life today. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you won't realize it. Dong, dong, dong. The thunder of the heavenly Tao, the might of a saint, and the void of the heavens rumbled and shook. The terrifying sacred light of reincarnation suffused Huda's body. She slowly raised her palm and looked at Yi Xian with an extremely indifferent gaze. Boom! The void was destroyed, and the laws were rioting. Huda's palm pressed down on Yi Xian. The terrifying sacred light of reincarnation spread out, and the mighty power that could destroy mountains and rivers was released to the extreme. Be careful, Heavenly Emperor. The two demonic emperors growled in horror. Their pupils contracted to the extreme. This was an attack from a saint. Apart from other saints, no one could withstand it. Although the two demonic emperors suspected that Yi Xian was already a saint, when Yi Xian faced a saint, their hearts trembled. They didn't think Yi Xian could withstand Huda's attack. Yi Xian, you and I are saints. Today, I will suppress you and let you know that saints are not to be blasphemed. Huda said coldly. Her slender palm had already trapped Yi Xian and pressed down on Yi Xian mercilessly. It was as if Yi Xian would suffer an unimaginable calamity in the next moment. You. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He slowly raised his hand and faced Huda's attack. He didn't show any terrifying aura. You are courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't dodge and attacked her instead, Huda's face turned cold. The reincarnation light in her palm became even more terrifying. She didn't hold back and attacked Yi Xian. Dong! Time seemed to stop and space seemed to be frozen. A dull sound came from the entire Huda palace. What happened next made the two demonic emperors' souls leave their bodies. They were completely stunned on the spot. Yi Xian's 5 jade-like fingers were gently pressing on Huda's palm. Their palms were stuck together. The terrifying reincarnation light annihilated the void. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Huda's cold face turned into shock. No matter how she used her saint power, she couldn't make Yi Xian take a step back, let alone kill Yi Xian on the spot. Is that all you can do? Yi Xian was dressed in black. His black hair hung behind his head. He had a smile on his face. He looked at Huda quietly as if he was looking at a joke. Rumble. Black holy light exploded out as strands of black mist revolved around Yi Xian's body. A destructive aura that seemed to be able to bury the heavens and destroy the earth exploded out from Yi Xian's body. He seemed to have become a completely different person in an instant, displaying an unimaginable might. Yi Xian smiled coldly. His arm trembled as a black holy light that could annihilate everything erupted from his palm. What happened next caused the two demon emperors to scream in excitement, and the thousands of greater demons to roar in fear. Bang! The reincarnation light collapsed. Huda was sent flying. She fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The entire Huda palace shook violently as if it was going to collapse at any time. Silence. Silence. Dead silence. When Yi Xian sent Huda flying with a single palm strike, the two demonic emperors and thousands of demonic emperors witnessed this unbelievable scene. They were all stunned speechless. One could even vaguely hear the sound of their teeth chattering. It was as if they were in a dream. They couldn't believe it. These simple words expressed everyone's feelings. The unchanging iron law was broken. The so-called defying and becoming a saint only existed in legends. But today, they actually witnessed it with their own eyes. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient legend. Everyone below the saint was an ant. No one could go against the will of the saint. No one could disrespect the saint. The saint was the heaven and the earth. The saint represented the heaven and earth. All living things in the world had to submit to the heaven and earth. This was how the saints of heaven and earth came to be. But what did they see today? A person who wasn't a saint actually sent a saint flying with a single strike. This was simply a fantasy. Throughout the history of the world, such a miraculous thing had never happened before. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. But today, they witnessed this fantasy with their own eyes. They even witnessed the breaking of the unchanging iron law. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.